Good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for another stream. Diving into Sorare, but also we're covering a bit of pooky, and I think we'll also be covering a game that we don't tend to cover very often, but I think we're going to start to cover it more, which is Ultimate Champions. Now, all three of these games you can play for free, and if you're not playing them already, you can get started today using the links in the chat. Twitch Gaming, the mod on the channel, has been very kind enough to post the links, so you can find the links there from the Nightbot for Ultimate Champions, for Pooky, and for Sorare. Do use those links if you are thinking about getting started in any one of those games today, because not only will you help to support this channel and all that I do, but you'll also help yourself because you will get a load of freebies that will really, you'll be very grateful to get. Free Pooky Balls, free credit money to get started, and free cards as well. So use the links if you want to get started. Before we get started, a couple of things that are probably worth mentioning, almost like an announcement. I'm gonna be making a few changes to how I run the channel, and also the things that we cover and when we cover them. So there's just a few things that, like, when I run the channel, when I stream, at the moment in the current format, I don't often get enough time to like sit back or reflect on like what's going on and what's going well, and like just analyzing things, because we're so busy with this current schedule that we've got, that I will stream, say, 5 hours in a day, and then I'll have like a few hours just to get some food and just do some general life stuff, right? And then we have a lot of streams in the evening, where I'll then be jumping on again, and we'll do streams right up until late at night, right? So it hasn't really given me enough time to kind of try and analyze things on the stream and reflect on what I want to evolve next on the streams on the channel. And so I took a little bit of time off yesterday. You guys might have noticed we didn't stream yesterday. And I think I want to make a couple of changes, which I think are good for the channel and for you guys in particular. One of those changes are that we're not going to be doing any more evening streams as a general rule of thumb. So at the moment, as I mentioned, we tend to do 2 streams on most days. There's a couple of days where we don't do a double stream. But I want to change that now, so that just from Sunday through to Friday, we are doing day streams. And then it might be that if there's like a fantastic reward that I have to open, then of course we'll do a stream, we'll jump on, and we can kind of all open it together and build the excitement, right? But I think what I want to do is I want to focus on the day for doing the streams. And then I'm not going to have free time by not doing streams in the evening. What I actually want to do is I want to use the evenings now to start putting the time in to do to record videos on YouTube. And so those will be like short videos. So the plan will be to try and get some shorts out on like a daily basis, which will be around players. So that's something that I'm thinking about doing. And also, I would like to try and get some kind of like a weekly video out. It could be also around players, but it could also just be around things about Sorare, things about Pooky, maybe even things about other games as well, Ultimate Champions. Because, one of the other changes that I want to make on the channel is I want to try and cover more games in this kind of sphere. So we already cover Sorare and we cover Pooky. We talk a little bit about Ultimate Champions every now and then, but we probably don't give it the exposure or the time that it deserves now. So I would also like to start covering Ultimate Champions a bit more. And then who knows, in the future, I might start covering the likes of stocks as well, and other games out there, because there's just like loads more games out there that are trying to make their mark in this area. And I think we want to try and see if we can get involved in the ones that really matter, right? So yeah, I think just going forward from today, what you guys can expect is that every day from Sunday through to Friday, And there have been a few instances over the last month or so where the Sunday streams haven't quite happened for whatever reason, but the Sunday streams will happen, and the Sunday streams will be either a mix of, well, it'll either be watch-alongs where we can scout together and watch a game together, or it will be scouting watch-alongs plus something that I mentioned a few months back that I would like to do on the channel to evolve the type of content that I do on the Twitch streams, would be to actually start bringing people on to the channel and start talking to them, just getting like a different perspective from maybe Sorare managers, or even bringing in the likes of people from Ultimate Champions, from Sorare, from Pooky, like doing more of those types of streams where it's almost more like a talk show, and we can kind of hopefully get some more information about the games that we love. We can get some really interesting insights into them as well. And we can just talk about some very interesting points about these games as well, which should hopefully be quite interesting for everyone. So that's also something that I'm looking to do. As I say, I mentioned it a while back, but I think now at the point of where I'm at with streaming is that I would like to start seriously looking at bringing that into the channel. So yeah, these are just a couple of the things that are changing on the channel, guys. As I say, no evening streams anymore. And if there are, then I'll let you know. As I say, if it's like a reward that I think will be really cool for us to open live, then I'll let everyone know like on the day and say, you know, we're going to do an evening stream to see what we get. But going forward, you can expect that we'll just be doing day streams, and then I'll be spending a lot more time in the evenings now off stream, recording videos for YouTube, which I think you guys will love, and also doing some YouTube shorts as well, and maybe stuff for TikTok too. But I think TikTok's kind of almost like I'd like to prefer to just focus on YouTube for now, and then once that gets to a good point, we can then do some TikTok stuff. So yeah, what do you guys think? Would you like that? Are you interested in everything I've said there, or do you have ideas about what you would like to see from me and from the stuff that we do on the channel that I haven't talked about? Let me know in the chat, please, because I'm very open to ideas here. And a big hello to everyone as well. I saw someone talking about MLS cards to be released today. I don't think they're going to be released today. The reason why I don't think they're going to be released is because we talked about it in the feedback group that I'm in with Sorare, and the general vibe and the message that I kind of got from it was that they're not planning on doing it today. So could happen, but very unlikely to happen. So yeah, don't hold your breath on it. Hello also to Big Merc as well. Hello to Twitch Gaming, of course, Neocalis. Who else we got in here? Audris Vinagres. It says, hi everyone, I need some help with Pooky if possible. We can definitely help you. But yeah, before we start helping you, I just would love to know, is that something that you guys are going to be interested in, where we just do day streams? I then spend time in the evening to record some YouTube videos and some shorts, which you can just consume really quickly. And it will be content that will be not just purely around Sorare, but we'll also start to do a little bit more on Pooky, and also start to bring in Ultimate Champions, because I actually feel like I'm getting a bit more involved in Ultimate Champions, and I think that they've made some good strides, Ultimate Champions, which is probably why we should be covering it, because I think it's quite an interesting game now. Yeah, they're not coming today though. Yeah, they're not coming today. He asked in the chat as well. He asked in the feedback group. They're not coming today, most likely, unless Sorare all of a sudden turn around and do what they said they're not. They're not coming today. Yeah. Hello to Jordan as well. How you doing, man? How's everything going? Also, Audris Vinagres, who said that you need help with Pooky. If you can let us know what you need help with, we'll try and help you on the channel. Hello also to FBL Thinker as well. Yeah, good man. Very good. How's it going for you? Also, how's everyone's game week going so far in Sorare? I've had a pretty good start on Sorare in the midweek. At the moment, we have a card reward, but this is not going to give us a card reward. But I'm actually quite happy that Jan Gregos, who we captained, has delivered a really good score. Because I felt like in this game he could do really well. So this is our like punty throwaway team. And we've got off to a good start in that. So you never know. We might be able to squeeze something, but we're definitely not expecting to get anything here. However, we had a good start here in our Cap 220 Rare, which is the team that we are really trying to win a card reward in the midweek. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, how is this a good start? This is a good start because Frank Bolly, who I brought in for about £5, he's been largely a sub player since he's joined Atletico San Luis, right? You can see that he has an L15 of 29, and he's just delivered a score of 34. So it's an overperformance by about 5. It's not amazing, but keep in mind that because he's a sub player, I was actually just expecting that he would either come off the bench and give us 25 points, or he might not even come off the bench at all. So he actually started, and that's a big win because that's contribution that I was not expecting, that I didn't factor into this team. I was basically factoring in thinking that this team here of 4, these guys will do really good, and then whatever he can contribute will just be a bonus, right? So we've now got an additional almost 10 points more than what I was expecting. And I think as well, that was his first start. Yeah, look, that was his first start for Atletico San Luis since he joined them. So yeah, we timed that perfectly. Really good. And you can see that his floor has shot up now to 1563. So yeah, we picked him for £5. Pretty good. So that's a good start. And we should hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get the level of scoring that we were already expecting from these guys. And then it will then mean that this will be a good score, all things considered. We've also got off to a really good start in Cap 220 with Quinn Sullivan, who had an L15 of, I think, of about 37, 38. And he delivered a score of 74.4, a goal and an assist. So brilliant, really good start. And we hope for more from these guys as well. Hello to Bodgy, and thank you so much for the 10 months, Bodgy. I really appreciate it, man. Did you see Alfie May coming off the bench to score? I didn't. No, I didn't, FBL. At all. It's good to see that, though. I mean, it's not good to see that he's on the bench, but it is good to see that at least he's effective off the bench. He is at the beginning of the streak. I would love to get him, but yeah, I just don't have the money. And I actually spent the money on Ultimate Champions now. Hello to J-Boy Gaming as well. Says, hey, FTS, what about Snap? Will you still do that? I'm actually glad you mentioned that because I forgot to mention that, J-Boy Gaming. So we won't do any more Marvel Snap, yeah, on the stream. What I'm going to be doing instead, I'm going to be focusing the content around football, kind of Web3 games. Doesn't necessarily have to be Web3. We could also throw in some Football Manager from time to time. But I think I want to be focusing now on the games that are in the kind of almost the similar sphere. And I love Marvel Snap. You guys know I love Marvel Snap, and I have so much fun playing it. And I hope you guys can see it or have seen it in the past when we've been streaming Marvel Snap. That it's actually I've loved it. I've enjoyed it. It's also been super frustrating at times when we're not winning, but I still love the game and I think it's great. And I wanted to start to cover a different game just to see whether it would be something that would take off or whether it would help to bring in new viewers to the channel. But the numbers don't justify us doing Marvel Snap anymore. So that's why we're going to cut it. And I would prefer then just to use the time that we were using to stream Marvel Snap, that's like 3 hours or so that I could spend doing videos, like recording videos for YouTube that would give a better return and that would be, well, like better received, right? So yeah, maybe in the future we could maybe have the odd kind of random stream where we do Marvel Snap, but I think largely speaking, we won't do it anymore, and we probably won't do it at all in the future. Yeah. Who did I bring in? I brought in. Let's bring up Ultimate Champions. I brought in Afficator, I think, from Blackpool. So he's not a forward. And I was saying that I need... Whoa. What's happened here? We've made a sale. We've made quite a few sales. This is the first time that I'm logging in to Ultimate Champions today. When I logged in last night, we had like 41 Una in here because I had just bought this guy here. Where's he gone? Oh, he's gone. Okay, so I sold him. Okay, wow. Okay, we're going to need to bring up UC Helper because I've made a couple of sales here. And the player that I just brought in, I flipped him for double. Wow. Okay, let's bring up UC Helper here. This is the one thing that I think would be great if Ultimate Champions could fix or like improve in the game. Is at the moment that there's not really a way, unless like I'm missing it, guys. So if I'm missing it, let me know. But it doesn't really seem to be a way in the game where you can see the players that you have just sold, right? You know, like how in Sorare, you can kind of go to the top where you have your avatar, like your profile, and you can see like offers sent, offers received, my auctions, my listings, and it shows you basically your transactions, okay? It doesn't seem to be that functionality in Ultimate Champions. So I have now $51 in here. Yesterday I had like $2. So I've sold quite a few players, but I can't see it in the game. So I have to go to a third-party website like UC Helper, and then I have to type in my name. And don't worry as well, because I saw the question from Audris Vinagris about Pooky, so we are going to come back to that, man. So then I type in Free Tip Scout here, and then I go into Manager Transactions. Okay, and then here I can see the players that we've sold. So I've actually sold these two here. Johannes Creedle, who was the the goalkeeper that I won free to play, and we sold him for 600 Una, which is I think pretty good because I wasn't expecting really to get that. And then we sold Marvin Ekpiteta, who is a... Let me just bring him up, I think, if I can. Let's go on to Gunnar Pats here. Let's bring the card up, right? I bought this card a few days ago. And I bought this card. I think it's great. I've got his common a few times, right? And I was struggling to find a forward. So I figured, okay, like I was struggling to find a forward that I really wanted. So I thought, okay, let's buy a player that I can afford to buy that I think is really good. And then I'll try to flip him for a decent profit. And then that will give me more money to then punch a little bit higher for the forward that I actually want to bring in, right? So I brought in Marvin, this card here. And you can see, look, I brought him in 2 days ago. I brought him in 2 days ago for 300 Una. And I've just sold him for 500 Una. So I bought him for $15 and I just sold him for $25. So I made a $10 profit on him in 2 days. Really easy. And this is the great thing about Ultimate Champions is that the marketplace on Ultimate Champions is in such a much more healthier position than Sorare is, okay? There is a significantly lower amount of supply on the game. And there's enough demand on the game versus the supply. So I kind of put him up for sale thinking, okay, this is a pretty decent price, but, you know, like, I don't know whether I'll sell him quickly. And then 2 days later, I've sold him. So fantastic. So he sold. And then the other one that we sold as well was Johannes Creedle. Let's just go back here. So this is a little bit messy, isn't it? You can't see it's in the beta, I know. The damn beta. That's the sort of thing that Sorare would say, isn't it? Don't have that functionality because it's a beta. And if we go back on here to the transactions, so Johannes Creedle, in fact, let's just stick on Marvin here. So Marvin, what I want to do really quickly is I want to see whether that was a good price to sell him. I think it was, but you can see here, look, the last 3 sales for Marvin was $18, so $352. And then the best offer apparently on the market. So the price for him on the market, I'm not sure how up to date this is actually. This might not be up to date, this top line. But apparently the best offer is $14. So that's the listing, the floor. But I've just sold him today for $25. And if we just go and have a look at the pricing as well, yeah, look, you can see here that this is my sale of him for 500 UNA, $25. And if you look at some of the previous sales, I'd say we've done very well there, haven't we? And I deliberately set him quite high. So if you look at the previous sales here, I was thinking, okay, probably I'm not going to be able to sell him for 25, but that's actually fine because I was also happy to keep him. I wanted to flip him for profit because then it means we can try and get the really good forward that we're after. But I was also happy that if we didn't sell him, we've got a really, really good player that starts every game and he hits some really big scores. You can see his scoring actually here. He has a lot of good, look at the last 3 games, that 133, 159, 156, and then had a little bit of a period here we didn't do too good, but then he hit some big scores again. He was out of the team for a while, but when he had a good run in the team, which was kind of around here, he was, look at that, he was brilliant. So I think he's starting to do this again. So yeah, I was happy to keep him, which is why I sold him, or I had him listed up for quite high, because then in that case, it's win-win. If you sell him, you're making a mad amount of profit when you probably shouldn't. And then if he doesn't sell, you've still got an amazing player that can help you in Ultimate Champions. So this is the last 3 months worth of sales data, and this is us here. So we've made the highest amount of sale for him in UNA, and also in dollars as well. Look, significantly higher, look. Wow, that's a great sale. Over the last 6 months, that's also the highest sale in the last 6 months. Oh, that's not true. This one was higher back on the 19th of September. And then over the past year, that's the 3rd highest sale, isn't it? So pretty good. Pretty good. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, pretty good with that. As I say, I was more than happy to keep this guy. I think he's great. But I also thought, well, he's probably that type of player that, because he is playing so well and he is quite consistent, he's also still quite young. Blackpool are doing quite well in the league. I just figured that there was a good flip opportunity, and wow, didn't it come off? So really happy with that. Let's look at Creedle as well. So Johannes Creedle is actually a goalkeeper that I was very happy to keep. But at the same time, I was interested in selling him because I think this league, I could be wrong here, but I think this is the league that is not going to be covered anymore, right? I think this is the league that they onboarded Ultimate Champions, but then like about 3 or 4 months later, maybe it was longer than that, I think it was like 6 months later, they then had a bit of a review of their strategy and they decided that they want to start targeting like bigger leagues than this one. And so I think there's going to be like a buyback where you're able to sell your card effectively back to Ultimate Champions for the league that they're going to be like winding down. And I just decided that, okay, I could wait for that, or I could just sell him now. And I decided to sell him now, and I did. And I sold him for 600 UNA. And the last sale for him was also 600. That was on the 19th, so that was only 9 days ago. There's not been many sales for this guy over the last 3 months. You can see it here, look. There's only been 2 sales for him. So I was not really convinced that we'd be able to sell him. But I figured let's just put him up and see if there's any takers. We look at the last 6 months, we haven't been able to sell him for the highest, but I think given that there's such a lack of demand for this type of player, I think we've done well to sell him for $30. And keep in mind that this is a player that I won for free. Okay, I won this guy for free, so it didn't cost me anything at all. So this is like $30 pure profit. Over the last 12 months, you can see that he was way higher. Back in last summer, he was selling for around 2,000 champ at the time, which would have been very, very nice. In dollars, that would have been what? Yeah, look, about $100. So he's about 2/3 less than what he was last summer, but still, I'm very happy that we sold him. He's a good scorer as well. He's a very good performer for a goalkeeper, but I just think that I was just worried, thinking I don't want to have a goalkeeper that's playing for a league that they're not really going to be covering. You can list players whilst using them, right? Yeah, you can. Yeah. That's the great thing with Ultimate Champions, is that you can still play them in a lineup and then you can list them. And if they sell after the game week has started, then you still get the points for them, even if you sold them. So we've got a nice, healthy amount of money now. Let's just go onto here. You can see at the moment that my total sales is 20,850 of the champ or the UNA, which is about $1,182. And then we've purchased $343.33, which is about $6,580, sorry, in the UNA. We haven't spent any money on the packs at all. And we have a profit at the moment, realized profit of about $840. Now, I actually think this is a little bit higher than what it actually is, because it implies that we have spent like money in the game. We've only spent, and I'm not kidding, we've only spent $20 in the game. I put $20 in about 18 months ago, just to kind of see how it would work and just to, test it out. And other than that, I've not put any money into the game. So our realized profit is actually more closer to like $1,000 here. It's been very good to us Ultimate Champions. And I think, yeah, we'll be definitely covering it more. So this stream is supposed to be about cap cheat codes, and we will do it soon. But I think what I want to do for now that we've got a nice, healthy amount of money in our UNA balance there, I think I do want to have a quick look at bringing in players, and ideally bringing in a forward. Because one of the problems that we've got on Ultimate Champions is we just don't really have enough playing forwards, really. We've got, look here, we've got 2 forwards. We've got Adam Holozek and Eddie Nketiah. And ideally, I would like to have like an actual playing forward. Sullivan was good as well, yeah. He was very good. Before we do because we are going to do a little bit of scouting for a forward, I want to go back to what Audris Vinagris was saying. So Audris Vinagris, you were saying that you don't know how to withdraw money from Pooky. Is that correct? Is that what he was asking? And if you don't, we'll try and help you. Okay, cool. So this is how I withdraw money from Pooky. And I will do it. I think I will do a small transaction to show you exactly how it works, okay? So let me bring up my MetaMask wallet. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to withdraw, but I will do it a small amount so I can show you like the actual process to how I do it for me. As it's okay talking about it, but if I can actually show you and do it live on the stream, then it should give you the confidence that you can do the same, right? So if we bring up the MetaMask wallet here, I don't know what wallet you are using, but I use MetaMask and I have no problem with MetaMask at all. I find it very good to use with Pooky. So if you are playing Pooky and you're not using MetaMask, I would recommend that you try and do it. If you are looking to get involved in Pooky and you need to set up a wallet, I would absolutely recommend MetaMask because I think it's been good. So one of the things that I had already set up in my MetaMask wallet, but it's not set up anymore, so I have to set it up again, which I'll do live on the stream, is I need to set up an address in MetaMask, which is my Coinbase Polygon address, which means that I can then send the Matic to my Coinbase account, okay? And that's really important because I need to send the money to my Coinbase, and then at Coinbase, I can then withdraw it directly to my bank account. So I would recommend, again, that you also try and have an account set up with an exchange because you want to be trying to send your money from Pooky to a crypto exchange, and then at the crypto exchange, you can then withdraw directly to your bank account, okay? So I have Coinbase set up. Let's bring Coinbase up too. Okay. Yeah, hopefully I'm logged in. I am already logged in, which is good. You can see I don't really have any, I don't really hold any crypto assets or anything at the moment. So I have like a really low balance. I've just got this kind of balance made up of some random tokens and like crypto that I got for free from Coinbase, because there's every now and then you can kind of do these little quizzes on Coinbase, and if you get them right, they reward you with a little bit of crypto from some of these tokens and whatnot. So yeah, I have like this amount. It really doesn't matter. Okay, what we're gonna do, this is the important part, is once you have a Coinbase account set up, because you do need to set this up, right? Once you have a Coinbase account set up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to my assets here, and I'm going to look at my Polygon Matic asset, okay? So we have nothing in there at all. I'm going to click on this here, okay? And then it brings me to this screen. It tells me the price of the fiat price of Polygon at the moment, how it's been performing, all that kind of stuff, right? And then down here, it tells me my balances that I have in a primary balance, a Web3 wallet address, and a vault. I don't use the vault. I've never used it. So I probably couldn't tell you what exactly it does. You don't need to know it. You also don't really need to know the Web3 wallet either. The main address that we're interested in is the primary balance, okay? The Polygon primary balance. So what we're going to do, we go over here to the right. And what we're going to say is that we want to receive, right? We want to assume that we are withdrawing money from Pooky, and we are sending it over to Coinbase. So we need a receive address, right? Because on Coinbase, it needs to have an address where we can receive the money that we're about to send. So we go over and we click send and receive, okay? And then it brings up this pop-up here. And you can see that we've got the send tab. We're not interested in that because we are not looking to send. We are looking to receive money from Pooky. So we click on the receive tab here. And then what happens is it brings up my address, right? My Polygon address. So what we're going to do, you have to make sure that the network selected is Polygon. It's really important. So make sure that this is ticked and that this is the default. If it isn't, if it's set on Ethereum, then just select Polygon default, but it must be Polygon as the network, okay? Because we're going to be sending from our MetaMask wallet, and we're going to be sending from a Polygon network. So we need to send from Polygon network to another Polygon network address, okay? So what we're going to do, very simple, is there's this little copy kind of button here. So it's going to copy our address. We're going to copy it. Okay, done. Then we go back to MetaMask here. And then on MetaMask, what you want to do is you want to click on these three little dots at the top right. Okay, so click on the three dots here. And it brings up like a menu. And then on this menu, what you want to do is you want to click on, I think it's settings. Okay, and then in the settings here, there's a little tab called contacts, right? So then you click on contacts, okay, and look at that. I have already added it. Great. So I've added my address already from Coinbase, and I forgot that I added it, but it's here. If I had not have added that already, then you simply want to add a contact, okay? So you would do add contact, then just name it whatever. You could name it like my exchange address or whatever it is, right? Okay? And then all you simply do is you just copy and, well, you just paste the address which you just copied from Coinbase, okay? So that's the address right there, okay? So you just paste, the address that you've copied. Now, we've already done that. We just go back, settings, and then contacts here. We've already done it, and this is the address here. We can check it to make sure that definitely is the one. So you can see that it's ending as an AE235D6, so AE235D6, and then BC2815. And we can see here BC2815, and then F40E, then F40E. So it's the correct address, right? What you do, really simple, is once you have your money from Pooky in your MetaMask account, you just click send, make sure that you're on the Polygon address, and then you select the address that you've just added as your contact, okay? And then what you do is you say how much you want to send. So in this example here, I'm going to send 20p, like that. Okay, so it's 20p, just for the purposes of this example. So we're going to send 20p over to my Coinbase Polygon Matic address. Okay, there's going to be a little fee. So the total cost actually is going to be, I think it's actually going to be that's the 0.0037. So if we click next here, yeah, the total is going to be 0.249. Okay, so we're probably paying a fair amount in the fee there, but it doesn't really matter. I want to show you how this works, okay? So we're going to send 20. This is the total. We click confirm, and remember that we've already selected our Coinbase Polygon address here. We click confirm, and boom, it's done. It's pending, but in like 2 seconds, it's going to come up with confirmed. So just wait for it. Don't press the speed up. You don't need to do that. If you press speed up, you're going to have to pay more, and it's already going to be quite quick anyway. Still doing its thing, but give it a second. And there we go. So we've sent the money over to our Coinbase account, right? So if we go over to Coinbase right now, it will take a little while for that balance to be reflected in our Coinbase account, okay? So if we go down to our Polygon assets here, you can see that we don't have anything right now. We're just waiting for it to show up in our Coinbase account. But then when it does, right, it's very easy then for us to withdraw it because we just click on Polygon, right? We'll then have a balance in here. And then all we would need to do is then sell that balance, okay? Now you need to make sure that you have a bank account set up so you can withdraw it directly to your bank account. And I've already done that, and you can do that in the settings when you sign up and you get an account with Coinbase, right? Then once you've done that, it's really easy. You then just come over to sell. I would then say sell my 20p or sell all, and then it will then give me the option to then click this button here. I'll then sell the Polygon, and it will then tell me on the next page how much it's going to cost me as a Coinbase fee to withdraw the money to my bank account. So that's how you do it. It's really not that complicated. And you can make it less complicated for yourself by just getting these little details set up already, so that you can just pick them every time. Does that help you, or just Finagris, to withdraw? Hello also to Twisted Fortune. Yeah, what we'll do, Audris, I'm glad it helps you, man. So yeah, thank you for letting me know. What we'll do in a minute is we'll come back and we'll check our balance, because probably in 5 minutes time, we'll have that 20p in our Polygon primary balance, okay? And so we'll come back, I'll show you what I just described, where we can try to sell it all. And then we won't sell it because it's actually going to cost us more in fees than it is for us to withdraw. So we're going to withdraw, say, 20p, but it'll probably cost us like £1 or £2 to withdraw 20p. So obviously we wouldn't do it. So that's why I'd always say that if you want to withdraw, try and withdraw like a decent amount, so that then it makes sense on the fee. But in a minute, we'll come back and I'll show you how that all works, right? Can you post the steps on YouTube? Well, I will aim to do some kind of a video on it, yeah. I'll aim to do some kind of a video so that, you know, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, we're not going to be doing any more evening streams, but that will then free up time for me to do, like, to record YouTube videos where I can do like walkthroughs like that. So yeah, I will do it for you guys. Don't worry. Okay. And we'll come back to this in a minute when we actually have the Polygon in the account. Okay. Let's head over to back over to Ultimate Champions. This is a healthy balance, and I think that I want to check out what we can do with that balance here. I also want to catch up with the chat too. I won't stream Snap anymore, no. Yeah, I mentioned it at the start, Mel. We won't stream it anymore. Sad that we won't be streaming it, because I do like it a lot. I love it, and I'll still play it off stream. But it's not time well spent, because we just don't get the numbers. I don't really get enough from it. Even though I think it's super fun to play, but I could use that time to be doing some YouTube videos on like Sorare, Pooky, Ultimate Champions, rather than kind of streaming a game that just doesn't really deliver anything for the channel. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. Okay, cool. All right. Let's have a little look to see who we could buy. Okay, there's nobody really at auction. This guy's actually not too bad at all. Killian Bevis is pretty good, actually, look. But he's, this is a mythic. And we wouldn't be able to afford it. If there was an epic for him, then I'd probably be interested. There's only 24 epic cards for him in the platform, so he's quite scarce. Thing is, he's also playing for a league that, frankly, I'm not really interested in, but he does very well in that league. Look, he scores very well. I do want to try and target a player that is in a league I think the Ultimate Champions are going to continue to support and cover in the game, like without any doubt. So if we go to the marketplace here, yeah. Okay, let's have a look to see what we've got here. We might also just head over to UC and use their player finder tool and also their player ranking tool, because these are quite good. I think at the moment, I just prefer to sift through it manually. I have quite a good idea of like who are the players that I like. For example, Moussa Diaby. Like Moussa Diaby, I actually quite like. He's not doing well at the moment. He's not really starting enough. But again, my strategy has always been with these type of games to just invest in good players, and Diaby is a good player. So his situation and his scoring will change in the future, which is why he would be the type of player that I would probably invest in. But I think I want to put some filters on here for now. So could we get a mythic? I don't know actually whether we'd be able to afford a mythic. Probably not. But I wouldn't mind having a little look. the mythics are quite high for good reason. I've never really looked at them. I mean, technically, look, we could get mythics, but we wouldn't really be able to get, there's Alfie May. We wouldn't really be able to get a player that would be within our budget, no? So we've got about $50, so we could get someone for $50, but it wouldn't really be someone that we'd want to get in Mythic. Look, there's only 2 pages of players here. Okay, Kabongo's in there. Promising youngster. This guy I like a lot. He used to be very good back in the day, but he's not starting enough anymore. No, nobody here. Yeah, so pretty much what I expected. It was worth having a little look, but we're trying to punch too high without having enough to punch with. So we're going to stick it on the epics instead. And then what we're going to do, here we go. I'm not too fussed about the score. What I would like to do ideally, I'd ideally like to try and pick up a card that would be either a mint or, if even better, would be a Genesis. But I don't think we can get a Genesis card here that is one that we want. Now, look, we've got Rafael Ratal, who's not even covered anymore. Marcelo Lopez. I used to own him back in the day, but he's not really a player that's worth picking up anymore. So these are the only Genesis cards under $54 that are forwards that we could get. So we're not going to do it. If you're wondering what a Genesis card is, a Genesis card is really good because it has like a permanent condition. Okay, so its condition doesn't go down. And in Ultimate Champions, the more that you use the cards, their condition like gets worse, which makes sense, right? Because the more you use something, the more it will deteriorate. And so as its condition gets worse, you get less bonus from it. But then you can burn cards in the game that maybe you don't want or you don't need of the one card that you do use a lot. So let's say you've got like loads of fodder cards. You've got like 5 or so fodder cards, but your main star forward has like a bad condition. He's not quite getting the full condition bonus. Well, you can just burn those fodder cards. Burning them will permanently add to your collection score, which is kind of important in Ultimate Champions. And then you can then use those cards to improve the condition of that card, right? So that then that card gets the bigger bonus again. And there are different types of entries that you can that you get based on the condition. But the Genesis is really good because you can just use this as many times as you want, and the condition's never going to go down. So it's always going to get like the full bonus, which is really cool. So I always like to have a little look for Genesis, but if not, we'll try to pick up a mint condition card. Now, the mint condition cards are not essential, but if we can, we will. You know what I'd like to do as well, maybe? I think I want to just focus on the leagues that are important to me. So Premier League, for example, Championship, League 1, League 2, Bundesliga, La Liga, of course, League 1, League 2, Elite Syrian. I don't think the Superliga, but then the Premiership is probably good too. This guy haunts me a little bit. This Wilson Odobert, this is a card that haunts me today because I had an opportunity to pick his card up on Ultimate Champions a long time ago. for like $5 or something. And he's so young. He's so he's got a lot of potential. He's quite a good player, actually. And I didn't do it, and I kind of regret that I didn't do it. Now he's on the market for 41. I could have picked him up for 5. Let's also, I was going to say, let's filter this by lowest to highest, but we don't actually need to, because these are the only players which are coming up. Wow. Look at this guy here. Yeah, I might as well keep it ticked though, mightn't I? Like, even if it's got 3 cards, it's a league I'm interested in, so we might as well keep it ticked. This guy done very well towards the back end of last season. It's a little bit inconsistent though. Look at that. That's not really that good scoring. I wouldn't, I don't think I would pay what the manager is looking for. I do want to look at this guy though. Yeah, so he played 24 games. He started in 17. He got 6 goals. He was having an average of 1.8 shots on target, 1.8 shots, and then 0.7 on target. But it looked like he only really came alive. Look, he got 6 goals, but it looked like most of those, if not all of those, look, 2, 4, all of his goals came in like the last 5. Well, this is friendlies, and then this is Elite Syrian. So most of his goals came towards the back end of the season, which is not great. How did he do the season before? Yes, he played 24. He got 4. He had a lot of shots per game, but he wasn't quite converting enough. He had 4 assists as well. It's not really that good. Yeah, it's quite expensive. We don't actually have a lot here. Probably the player that does appeal to me the most is Odobert. For me, Aziz is not bad. Yeah, Marmoush is not bad either. Nicolas Castro, I like. I like Nicolas Castro. I don't really like the team he's playing for. But I nearly bought Nicolas Castro a few weeks ago. He actually is quite effective on the pitch, and he delivers a lot of decisive returns. The thing that I would like to see, though, there's just one on the market for him. Okay. Best offer is the 25, and he sold for $18 about 5 days ago. Funny enough, look, Sorare assist bought him. Because I like this guy. He has a lot of high end. He doesn't always deliver. That's the problem with him. But I think there's also more to come from him. And he's playing for a club in a league that hasn't even started yet. So we get some like good utility from him for the start of the Elite Syrian. I've looked at him before. Let me just bring him up. Let's bring up transfer marked as well. Because his overall record for attacking returns is actually pretty good. If we type in Nicolas Castro. Here we go. I think he's had some international. Look, he got a cap as well back in the day for Chile. If we bring up his stats here, this is actually pretty impressive. Look, 82 goals and 69 assists in 209 games is a fantastic return. It's really good. And he hasn't even played for very good teams as well. He's played for Allison's, Bran, who are not that great. Kongsvinger, who I don't really think are that great either. Valorenga are okay. So he's done very well for the teams that aren't even that strong. And he doesn't even start a lot as well. If we check him out he didn't start all of the games last season, but he was still very, very effective. And I think he was actually one of the best scorers for Bran as well. Look, he only started in 12 last season. He played 20, but he got 7 goals. He got 1 assist as well. His level of attacking output was good. He was having quite a lot of shots per game. His shots on target per game were pretty good too. And then, look, his key passes were 1.1. He wasn't too good with the dribbles, actually, for a winger, because he is a winger, he's not that great, but he was also on corners too. And if you look at the last season that he played in the Elite Syrian, 2020, the season before, he didn't score a lot, but he provided a lot. So he's almost playing, he's playing in a league that's definitely at his level. Sippity, thank you so much, man, for the sub, and welcome back in. Hello to you, man. Sippity, by the way, guys, pulled a monster sticker pack on Pooky the other day. Like, so good that I was so jealous, and I still am so jealous today. He got some incredible stickers in there. He really did. Have you applied them yet? Have you done all your Pooky stuff, Sippity, on the balls and everything? Because you said that you were going to do it, was it last night? Were you able to do it in the end? I think I am going to do this here as well for Castro. How much is he? 500. Let's sort by lowest to highest here. Where's he gone? Did I just get sniped for him on the stream? Where's he gone? No, he should be available still, no? Let's have a little look. He didn't turn up again. He didn't turn up here for some reason when we just we sorted it. So I'm just wondering, has he just been bought? Let's have a quick look. No, he's still there. He's still there. He's still there. I don't know why he didn't turn up here when we just said filter, well, sort by the lowest price, right? It's given us a bit of a weird. Now we've done that, it's actually removed a lot of players that we had, like Wilson Odebert, for example. Where's he gone? Bit strange, no? Let's refresh the page there. What's happened here? This is something that I have experienced a few times on Ultimate Champions, where the filter itself, let's just clear the filter. The filter itself can sometimes be a little bit, it can misbehave. That's probably the best way to put it. It can misbehave. Let's do Epic forward, and then let's look for the leagues again that we were interested in. Like there. Elite Syrian Premiership, like that. Okay, look at that. He's not coming up anymore, is he? Well, let's put it down to here. Put that down to like 50, 58 again. Let's do that. See, look, it's not working now. You see what I mean? It's not working. Like, this is not having an effect at all. It's not changing anything. Oh, now it is. There we go. You see what I mean? It's so weird. Okay. Let's look for newest here. We're going to have a little look. There's Castro now. I think we are going to have a little sift through this here, just to see if there's any others that catch my eye, but I'm happy to pick up Castro. I think he's good. I've put the epic Real Madrid onto my Spanish ball and the Roma and Napoli onto another Italian league ball. Good, man. Really good. I bet you can't wait to unleash that Real Madrid ball now. How did you see how much the epic Real Madrid would have gone for if you would have sold it? Did you check at all? Sipity. So I reckon you probably could have got quite a fair amount of money for that. I mean, not only is it a Real Madrid sticker, but it's also an epic one. And then there's only like 3, which is just mental in the game. Let's go to the next page here. Yeah, look, we've also got the is Audris Vinagris. Are you still here, man? Because if you are, I can just quickly show you what we were talking about earlier. You know, when you wait for the balance to show up in Coinbase, and then when you get it, you can then withdraw it. So are you still around, Audris Vinagris? I don't think Audris Vinagris is around, is he? But yeah, if you are knocking about Audris, or maybe even if you watch this back, what you would simply do with the Polygon, you should just click on it, the balance that you've now got, and then you just do sell, and then we would say we want to sell them all. Okay. It doesn't allow us to preview the sell because we need to have a minimum of £1. So I didn't know that. But yeah, if we had a minimum of £1, we would basically sell it, and then we would say sell that. Then the next page will then basically give you the breakdown of the fee that you're going to pay to withdraw it. And then we would just basically do like complete withdrawal, and then it will send it directly to our bank account, and it will be in our bank like instant, like within like 2 seconds it's there. Okay. There's Alfie May again. There's Odobert. Odobert's actually having, I think, quite a good season, given the team he's playing for. Look, he's played 17 games for Burnley. Okay. He joined them for 12 million. He's only started in 13, but he has 3 goals and he has 1 assist. And I think for a 19-year-old, I think that's actually pretty good in the Premier League for one of the worst teams in the Premier League. I like him a lot. I think he's very good. I just regret that I didn't pick him up for so cheap when he was at Troyes. He also, look, he came from the PSG reserve team, like their academy. So he's got some really good potential. Just don't think I would want to spend 40 on him. In fact, to be honest with you, even though I've got 50 to spend, I don't think I want to spend more than 30. So why don't we change this here? Like the same kind of thinking that I have with Sorare. I just try and get like my rares for under 30. I think I want to try and get a forward here for less than $31. So this is a bit weird because we've obviously said we only want to see players up to $31, but then we've got players here at like 35, 36 here, 37. So this is what I mean about the filter on Ultimate Champions. It seems broken. It seems like it doesn't work the way it should. But there's Castro again. Okay, nobody there. Okay. We've got Holozek. Wow. Jonas Vind would be a good pickup. Jonas Vind would be a really good pickup. He's less than 30 as well. I'm a big fan of Jonas Wind. Is that the cheapest on the market? It is at the moment, but for an extra $2, we get a mint, like a mint condition one with 8 entries on it. So we'd probably do that, because then it saves us having to burn cards to get the full bonus there. That we get 35%, we have 40% here. Yeah, a mint wind, yeah. Yeah, Jonas Wind is brilliant. What I'm interested in here is the pricing of him. Okay, yeah. The good thing with him as well is that he's young and he's also involved with the national team, right? I like him. I think that's not too bad. That's pretty good, actually. I mean, we can see the recent sales for him. If you look here, most of them have been mint condition cards. In fact, all of them have been mint condition cards. He's been hovering, well, back in November, he was around 25, but then he's largely been around between 30 to 40. And he's been roughly around that price point. Look. Over the last 6 months and then over the last year, it was really cheap here. Look at that. Back in July, even here, the 30th of January, somebody bought him for $3. You've got to be kidding me. Where did that person get him for $3? That's insane. Surely not. It's mental. I can't see it though. Oh, there it is there, look. Damn. How did this guy get his hands on a 15% or like an epic mint of Jonas Wind for $3? What? That is mental. I can't even filter for cards under $4 on Ultimate Champions. Yeah, you won't be able to, because the lowest floor is $5. Yeah, so $5 is like the absolute minimum. No, yeah. So international scoring is not covered, but if you can target an international player, it's usually going to be better, isn't it? And you never know, in the future they might start covering international games, so it's almost just good to try and target someone that could give you that potential utility in the future. Big fan of Jonas Wind, so didn't realize that we could pick him up for under 30 or around 30. Who else have we got here? Let's keep going. We're only on page 4. We've got another 4 pages to go. Brennan Rippart's in here. He's a little bit inconsistent. Ellis Sims is in there. Ross Stewart. I don't mind Ellis Sims at all. I just don't think he's been that great for Coventry this year. Not as good as what they were maybe hoping for. We've got Iki Ugbo here. He's not bad. He's good, actually. There's the Jonas Wind that we were just eyeing up. Marcus Menert. It's okay. playing for a team that's not bad in the Elite Syrian. Iki Ugbo is interesting because he's got good levels of scoring. Look, it's doing pretty well recently. Anyway, he's doing well recently. $25, the same age as Jonas Wind, but I think we would, yeah, for this price point, we would just go for the Jonas Wind because I consider Jonas Wind to be a way better player. It would actually be nice to get one from the English leagues as they often have midweek utility too. Yeah, good point. Really good point from Twitch Gaming. Yeah, that would be quite handy, wouldn't it? Okay, there's Nketiah again. There's James Wilson. Used to be at Man United. I think James Wilson was also, I think James Wilson was that player that Man United brought from Crewe, wasn't he? When he was like 16 or whatever. And he was meant to be some next upcoming wonder kid, but he's just never ended up being that. Unless I'm getting my players mixed up, I think that is the guy. I'm sure about it. That he was the guy who came through Crewe. Or not, no. Did he not come through Crewe? I really thought he came through Crewe. Doesn't look like it. Looks like he just came through the Man United Academy. I knew he came through Man United young, but I thought he came through Crewe as well. Who was that guy then that Man United bought from Crewe ages ago, and he was meant to be really, really good, and he just almost petered away. Can't remember him. Nick Powell, yeah, that's who I'm talking. That's who I'm thinking of. Nick Powell, yeah, good memory there from Scards. Nick Powell, yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Nick Powell was supposed to be some next big up-and-coming wonder kid. He's now 29. Most people probably never even really heard too much about Nick Powell because he just didn't reach the potential. There we go, yeah. Scuzz TV came in. This is who I was thinking of, where he got bought for a lot. Look, Man United paid $7.5 million for him back in 2012. When he was, I think he was like 16 or something at the time. He was like really young. He was super hyped up, and then he couldn't really break into the first team at Man United. He went out on loads of loans, and yeah, he just didn't reach his potential. He's got his record's not too bad. He's got 100 goals in 390, but should have really gone on to achieve better. He only played 9 first-team games for Man United. Spent most of his time in the reserves, and then of course most of his time out on loan. Yeah. Is he on Ultimate Champions? I'm guessing not. I mean, I know that they have League 2, but I don't think I've ever seen him on Ultimate Champions. No, he doesn't have a card, does he? Yeah, he doesn't have a card. Okay, cool. I think we've gone through it, haven't we? Yeah, this is page 8. Let's go. I think we are going to commit to Jonas Wind here. I think this would be a good long-term investment to pick him up. Wow. Floriano only bought the card, 12 days ago. They bought him for $630, and he's selling him for 620. It's not a huge amount. More than what he paid for him. Let's pick him up. Let's commit to it. This is the one, actually, before we commit to it. This is definitely the one, isn't it, that we want? Yeah, this one here. Okay. Why is it saying that? Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah. Hello to Senub68 as well. And Pangelino and also a Nathabam. Hello to you guys that have just jumped in. Yeah. 630 Una. Yeah. Not $630. Yeah, if I said that, sorry. Just trying to do two things at the same time. Right, let's type this in. Okay. All right, so we've just bought Jonas Wind. We're going to have to wait probably 5 minutes for the transaction to fully complete and then for Jonas Wind to turn up in our account here. We've still got loads of others up for sale as well. How is the game week looking, by the way, on UC? That's a good question. I haven't really looked. Let's have a little look now. Disappointing scores from Fletcher, from Liam Gibson. Liam Gibson is usually very, very good, but they lost at home, 4-1. Damn, that's a bad result for Harrogate, that. And then, look at this here. We've got Ekpetita on the bench with 133. We've got this guy with 171. Who probably would have been better to play rather than this guy. Yeah. Okay, I don't think we're going to do anything amazing here. But we've still got a lot of players to play. We've got our captain still to play, Frankie Kent. We're only on an 804. We have another 7 players to play, so we might be able to get close to 2,000. But I think it will come down to what Frankie can do. Yeah, seasonal leaderboard are probably not that good because I've not really been playing Ultimate Champions too seriously. I mean, up until recently, you guys know that I've just been doing autofill, right? So we've not really been taking it seriously at all. So I think seasonally, I'm not that good. Like 450. It's actually better than I expected, given that we've just been dossing about on this game. But I reckon that I can, now that we're going to take it a bit more seriously, should be able to like climb into the top 300 over time. That we even had some game weeks where we didn't do anything. I had a few game weeks where I legitimately forgot to enter. I don't know how we're doing in the tournaments. Probably not that great. Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting 100 at the moment of MGC. And then for the others at the moment, we're not winning anything. We're going to have 380 left over, which is actually $19. So we're just a little bit short of being able to get another forward. I think Jonas Wind should appear now. We'll have a little look. It's a shame because if Castro, there we go, we've got Jonas Wind. We're going to get Jonas Wind up for sale as well. Like, this is the great thing with UC. This is almost what I miss on Sorare, that you'd buy a really good player and then you just immediately get them listed up for sale. And so then you just give yourself the option to sell them for profit. We're going to actually get him. We just bought him for like 32 or whatever, haven't we? We're going to get him up for that. Now, he's not going to sell for that, I'm pretty sure. But if he did sell, then we would make about $3-4 worth of profit. Probably doesn't sound like a lot, but it all adds up, doesn't it? So we're going to put him up. Oh, we've got to do this again. It's annoying. Cool. Okay. We've got 2 goalkeepers. We have quite a few defenders there, although, to be honest with you, we've only really got 1 good one. So I think we probably need another defender. Yeah, we need to try and get like a cheap defender and a cheap midfielder, don't we? For a combined of 19. And then this one here. Demetrius Gutas, a lot of you guys will remember him from Sorare. He was incredible on Sorare. He was very, very good, especially for the price as well. There's Ekpateta, who we had, but we sold. It's actually, that's quite a good price for him. I wonder if we could buy him again and flip him. That's really cheap, I think, anyway. Okay, so he bought him for 761, so he can basically flip him for double. I don't know whether we want to, I mean, we probably could pick him up and then try and sell him for like 20. The thing is, though, I think we got very lucky with the first sale, so I almost don't want to push our luck. I don't think we'd be able to get that type of sale again on him. We also, I think, had his mint card, didn't we? Which I think made a big difference to the price we got for him. Yes, it was the mint card. So yeah, I think we got really lucky with that. Let's sort by lowest here. Okay. No. Wow. Abdul Hamid I like a lot. He's cheap. That seems like a good deal already. Abdul Hamid. He's a solid defender. Wasn't expecting him to turn up here. Oh, we don't want to look at that, sorry. We want to look at this here. Wow. Really? God, he's 36 now. I didn't think Abdul Hamid was that old. Oh, that does put me off a little bit. He's got some incredible scoring. He's got a contract only until this summer. I thought Abdul Hamid was like 32, 33. He is leaving as well, look. He's leaving in the summer. Ooh. this is probably the type of player that could be lured to going to like Saudi or Qatar. I think if he wasn't leaving, if he had another year on his contract, I'd probably be picking him up. But because there is that big risk that he will leave and then just go and move to a club that's not covered, it's probably not worth it. And it actually explains why he's probably that cheap now. Yeah, he could have been lured 3 years ago as well. At the age of 36, if a club from like Saudi Arabia or Qatar come knocking at his door, he'd be mad to turn that down, wouldn't he, at 36? He could probably make a very good payday, more than what he'd be able to justify at 36 there. No, I could check the news for him, but to be honest with you, it's probably unlikely at this stage that there is any news for him. We would have likely heard. And also, if he was leaving already for a club, it would come up here. But he's just going to be a free agent, so his contract's not being renewed. Yeah. Let's keep looking. I'm also just surprised that he was 36 as well. I didn't think he was that old. Okay. Who's this guy here? He hasn't turned up. he's hidden. Oh, Sondre Johansson's good. This guy is selling a lot of his players for cheap, isn't he? Vergaard. Like he's selling Tom Lees as well, and he's really not bad whatsoever. Let's have a look at him. He has 870 commons. He has 396 epics. Wow. Bit of a whale, this guy. Is he selling any mythics that we could afford? We've got 380. No, I'd be surprised if he was going to be selling any for what we can afford. This looks like it's the cheapest here, Stevenson. But probably he's got a couple of epics in here that would be interesting. This guy's really good. It's a shame we can't afford him. He's really good. Bart's really good too. Bart Myers is excellent. Can't apply a price filter here, which is a little bit annoying. He's selling a ton, isn't he? Let's at least focus on the competitions which we are interested in, though. Thanks for that info, Sinab. So we've got less than $20 here. How old is Tom Lees now? $33. Okay. Not too bad. He's a good defender because he gets stuck in. Ideally, I want to try and get someone younger, though. He's playing. He looks like he's playing for Haugesund, this guy. I'm not a big fan of Haugesund. Let's have a quick look at him, though. I think Haugesund are pretty poor, actually, as a team. Anders. Bartelsen. Yeah, okay, he's here. He's got a contract until next year. Came through Aalborg's academy, which is pretty good. I like how young he is. He's only 23. That's quite attractive, even though he's playing for a bad team, because Haugesund are the type of team that can get hammered. He started a lot of games last season, 29. Average minutes per game, 90. He's making a lot of good tackles, a lot of good interceptions, good clearances as well. Recovering 6.9 balls per game is huge. He's doing well on his duels as well. Even his dribbling is quite good. What's his possession? Okay, he's having a lot of touches. He's making a fair amount of passes per game. This is promising. This is the type of player that I'd be interested in. And then the season before, roughly the same amount of minutes played. Touches roughly about the same. Passing accuracy and the amount of passes he's having roughly the same. And then, yeah, interceptions 1.4. Tackles was a little bit low. The clean sheets were really bad that season. Where did they finish last season, Haugesund? Yeah, down there. They're a weak team. They're the type of team, actually, that I feel like really shouldn't be in the top division, if I'm honest with you. They're pretty good at home, though. They tend to be good at home. How did they do last season at home? Oh, they weren't that great at home last season. Picked up Josh Campbell 4 weeks ago. Who did you buy? Did you just snipe me? Rude. Did you just snipe me? And buy this guy here? Well, actually, we can't even afford him. I thought we could afford him. Got too many tabs up here, haven't we? Try and take them down. I mean, to be fair, we wouldn't be able to afford him anyway. But I was interested in him. He's probably one that I need to keep an eye on. I want to have a look at his overall scoring. Yeah, look. I mean, his floor's really high, given his last sale. But his season is also approaching. So I get it, why his price would be a little bit higher. But yeah, that is some solid level of scoring in Ultimate Champions, you know. That's pretty reliable. Sold another player on UC Good Days. It's so nice when you can put players up for sale and they sell, right? I still struggle to sell on Sorare. I don't know whether you guys saw my tweet on this a few days back, but there are over 7 million cards right now on the secondary market. 7 million. That's pretty mental. That's actually insane. Because I would say that we'd be lucky if we even had 500,000 active users in the game. So to have 7 million cards in the game, and every day that pile is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, because at the moment, Sorare, on the new card auctions, they have 3,630 cards. Oh, look, it's gone down a little bit. So there's 6.1 million cards on the market. So there's been a bit of a sell-off on cards over the last few days, but that's still a stupid amount, isn't it? 6.1. I mean, technically, there's actually what? There's actually more like 9,000 cards that you can buy from the auctions market. 3,630 are new card auctions, but then there's about 6,000 which you can buy instantly from Sorare. So at the moment, kind of Sorare are minting, from the looks of it, about 9,000, probably 8 to 10,000 cards per day, from the looks of it, just off this here. And just imagine that. I don't think we're getting 10,000 new users every day, or at least 10,000 people per day that are buying cards. So if you think about it that way, that's why the market is in such a bad place, because they are minting so many. There's already so many in the game. And then we almost need it to be a situation where there's like 7 million active users, but there's not like 7 million cards. It's almost like we have 6.1 million cards in the game, but then there's probably like, you know, let's say there's like 500,000 users. You need it to be the other way. You almost need it so that there's like 7 million active users and then there's like 500,000 cards. But it's the other way, which makes the secondary market really difficult. Really difficult. No, you're right. They don't have to sell daily, but we're talking about the potential, the daily potential here, that potentially Sorare could sell 9,000 each day if this was consistent. That's a lot. That's a lot. When you've already got 6.1 million cards in the game and nowhere near the amount of managers to probably justify that. Is this the same guy? No, this is the marketplace, isn't it? Okay. Let's go. Let's keep going. Pretty Scout, think how much money Sorare would make off fees if they sold. Yeah, they'd make a lot, wouldn't they? I mean, I think they're probably doing okay from the secondary marketplace, but they're probably, most of their money is coming from the auctions, isn't it? Look at that. Max Arnold is 16.74. He's not a defender, but he'd pair up quite nicely with our Jonas Wind that we just picked up. I'm a big fan of Max Arnold. Yeah, Max Arnold is very cheap now, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't have much more of the season left, right? Which is probably why. It's Maximilian, isn't it? I'm going to have to put the name in. There we go. Maximilian Arnold. $14, $15, okay. His performances have not been that great recently, but he's still a good player that can hit this on his day. He's got a long-term contract as well with them still. And he's the captain, so he's always quite a good player to pick up. But he's not really, look, he's not really delivered anything on a on a decisive front. You know, like 19 appearances and only 1 goal. Pretty bad. Needs to get more involved. I think we are going to pick him up, though. Because, yeah, he'd pair up really nicely with Jonas Wind. Let's pick this one up. But he bought the card for $5. Wow. Yeah, if you listen for 15, Noisy Steve, then I'll buy him off you, man. If you list him and then you reserve it for me, so get him up listed for 15, and then when you list it up, just reserve it for Free Tip Scout, and then I'll buy it off you, Noisy Steve. I'd much rather the money goes to you guys than just some randomer. Don't know if they're in this game, as they're not in Sorare at least, but Oscar Sivertson from Christiansand, my hometown, has been on fire for them in the friendlies and end of last season. Let's have a little look. It would be quite nice, actually, to have... where's he gone? There we go. Oscar Sivertson, but it doesn't look like there's any cards for him. No. But yeah, 20-year-old forward. It's probably quite a good tip there from Senab, who is actually from Christiansand. Wow. Look at that rating from the first division last season. That's incredible. He's only 20, this kid. He's an academy product as well, isn't he? Is he one of your best best youth products at the moment that you've got in the books? Senab. What's his value? 490,000. The best since what? Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? No way. Really? Oh my God, that's a big statement. That's a huge statement. So probably everybody needs to be adding this guy to their watch list, because he's just been compared to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was, you know, obviously in his prime. Oscar Sivertson. He's from the town as well, isn't he? Yeah. Is there a possibility that a big club's going to come in and pick him up? Like, are there any clubs in the Elite Syrian, for example, that are looking at him? Hello to Volts as well. Hello to Ligma as well, too. Okay, Noisy Steve. Let's go and find you as well. Thank you for that as well, Noisy Steve. I appreciate that. I'm guessing your name is Noisy Steve, right? Noisy Steve, 21. Noisy Steve, 21. All right, cool. Yeah, perfect, man. Incredible. So we're going to buy this card now from Noisy Steve. Really good. How many entries do we have with it? 15. That's really good. I love that. How long have you had him for? Had him since August. Wow. Cool. Massively appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So we're going to pick up Max Arnold here from Noisy Steve. That's done us a really good deal for 15. 1 year left. The contract was in under 19 for Norway and under 21 now. Great product that will be sold if he hits the ground running. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on him. Yeah, thank you for that, Sinum68. He looks interesting. He does look interesting. Let's put this in here. I hope that he can stay in the Elite Syrian for a little bit. One of the things I don't like to see is when you see the young players like Norwegian or Danish or whatnot, right? They're almost too young, but they get poached too soon. And then they end up going to a big club and kind of sitting on the bench and not really doing anything. But I think for his development, he really needs to be playing. And the Elite Syrian is probably a great place for him to get that. Thanks, Noisy Steve, for your Max Arnold, man. Our collection on Ultimate Champions is coming along, isn't it? So we're going to have Max Arnold to add to this collection too in a second. And then how much will we have? We'll have about $5 left over. We might be able to pick up like a real cheap defender. We'll have a little look. And then once we've done that, we will try and do some scouting for L15 cheat codes on Sorare. It's been quite an Ultimate Champions stream so far. It wasn't intended to be like that, but I also kind of like it. It's quite nice to take a little bit of a break from Sorare from time to time. We have 65. We've only got $3.25. Okay, so we don't have enough to buy anybody else at all. We need to sell somebody. So if we make more sales, we might be able to go and get a better defender. But if not, we're going to have to try and earn some Una in the game. Even though we've just picked up Max Arnold, we are still going to get him up for sale because we've got all of our players up for sale here. Any tips on which packs to buy in UC free to play? The Jumbo Pack. Try and get the Jumbo Pack. Most of my players that you see here, I was able to get from packs, like the Jumbo Pack. I think the Jumbo Pack offers really good value because the Jumbo Pack is only 750 of the MGC. So you can usually earn that in about 2 game weeks, right? 750. And then you need a minimum collection score of 20. That's the only thing with it. So you almost need to have 2 cards already in order to then get involved in it. I think that's, it didn't used to be like that before. I don't really like that it's like that. I preferred it when you didn't need a collection score, but you could just literally grind for these. Because if you're like pure free to play, you won't have a collection score in order to grind for this, right? So if you've already got a couple of cards, then keep going for the Jumbo Packs. If not, then probably your other better bet is to maybe try and, I mean, you can get something in the basic pack now as well, but you have a really low chance to do so. You have like a 1% chance. So I know why they've done it is that they wanted it so that you can still grind free to play, but there's an incentive for you to put some money into the game. Probably your best bet is to try and grind the basic pack or maybe some of these starter packs as well. The problem with these is that you don't get any of the epics in here. So you do get you get loads of commons, right? But it's not going to help you to get on the ladder, on the epic ladder. Do you have any epics at all, Manuelino? Tistel got his 2 epics from those 150 MGC packs. Wow. So there you go. So what we were talking about, Manuelino, is that ideally you need to be trying to aim for these if you're free to play. But the problem with this is that you need to have a minimum collection score of 20, and that requires you to have 2 epics, right? Because you get a collection score of 10 per epic. So you need to already have 2 epics to start grinding for this and opening these up. If you don't have, which you say you don't have at all, cards, then just try and see if you can get lucky, like Tistel done, because these are only 150, so you can buy a ton of these, right? I reckon you can probably earn 600-700 of the MGC every week, depending on how many commons you've got. And then if you've got 100, well, if this costs 150, then you could be buying like 5 of them every week, and then just hope that you get lucky enough after just buying enough of them that you then get 1 or 2. And I think eventually you will, right? So that's the way to do it. How much time does UC free-to-play take now? I played it last summer, but never kept with it. Could I get back into it quite easy on free-to-play? I think you could. One thing that you guys have seen me do is that everyone says that to get involved in the tournaments, right? If you're free to play, I don't think the tournaments is the thing to do. Okay, in fact, it's not. If you're free to play, I don't believe that the tournaments in Ultimate Champions are good for free to play. I think the tournaments for Ultimate Champions players are good when you've already spent a little bit of money. Okay, but free to play tournaments are only good realistically to be grinding the MGC, which is the coin here, which you can then use on the packs in the store. I found that the tournaments have not been that great free to play for me personally, but I've actually found that the leagues have been a lot more rewarding for me. So I've ended up winning a couple of epic cards from the league here, just by having a nice selection of commons. Because the way you've got to think about it is that the commons don't have any XP, right? So as long as you just have a nice selection of commons and you've got some good players in your commons, right, which you can get from grinding, you should be able to put out some really strong teams in the leagues, right? And then if you do your research enough, you should actually be able to, like here, where was it? Was it game week 152? No, not game week 152. It was the game week, I think it was this one, wasn't it? Or not? Game week 150, that was the one. So game week 150, which is this one here, we actually ended up winning an epic card. And all of these cards anybody can have, right? So I can have them, you can have them, if you get them from just opening enough packs, right? So personally for me, I'd say that the best way if you're free to play is to try and grind an epic from the leagues. You do need to finish in the top 25. So it's difficult to do, but if you're smart enough with your team selections and you can put teams like this together, and again, you can get these types of cards because you will be able to get them in the packs that you open, then you can end up winning cards, right? From the free-to-play part of Ultimate Champions in the leagues. And I think you can win more here than you can in the tournaments free-to-play. In the tournaments free-to-play, the reason I don't think it's very good is because if you look at it here, let's go to the next one. So if we look at, for example, Ultimate Champions here, this is the free, no, that's not the free-to-play because you need 2 epics in there. That is 2, that one is 2, and I think this one is 2, right? But these ones are the free-to-play, okay? If we look at the rewards here for UC International Tier 2, right? You've got the UNA tokens in here, but in order to win it, in order to win that UNA token, look, you need to finish in the top 15. Top 15. Like, this is to try and do it free-to-play. And even if you finish in the top 15, right, you finish between 11th to 15th, you only get 5 tokens, which is worth 24 cents. This is why I don't think free-to-play is very good for the tournaments and Ultimate Champions. But I do think that the league system, right, focusing on the leagues here and trying to get into the top 25 to win an epic, I think that's the way to go. And then if you really don't have like any collection score whatsoever, if you don't have any epics whatsoever, then your pure free-to-play route is going to be trying to just grind as many of these basics as you can and just try and get them in bulk every week. And then eventually you will get an epic from there. And then eventually you'll get 2. And then once you've got the 2, then the next pack you can focus on is trying to get these ones here, the jumbo pack. you prefer tournaments. Honestly, the tournaments I don't think are that good free to play. I do think that the tournaments are very good when you spent money or you've built up like a good collection, because the rewards get so much better the further up you go. So if we just go back to UC International 2, and if we were going to look at the rewards for, say, like semi-pro, okay, you still got to finish in the top 15 to win something, and you only get like 99 cents there. Keep in mind that for semi-pro, you need 2 epics there, right? Hold on, let's go back. But as you go further up, the top end rewards are really good. So if we go into pro, for example, the top 15, the minimum you get is 349. But then it's really about trying to target the real high end positions here. So tournaments are good. I think with tournaments for free to play, I never really found any success doing it. I found more success in targeting the leagues and then just using the free to play tournaments just to grind the MGC. And I don't even play the tournaments properly. So what I do with the tournaments is I literally just autofill them, because I just use the tournaments as a way to farm this MGC, which you can then put towards getting the packs, right? So if you're free to play, honestly, I think the best route for you is to try and grind these basic packs as many as you can until you eventually get a collection score of 20, which means you've got 2 epic cards, right? And then you can start to grind for the jumbo packs. And I think do the tournaments as much as you can just to try and farm that MGC. But I think that you should be trying to focus on the leagues here, getting in the top 25. Okay. What was we doing? We was, that's what we were doing. Let's go back. Okay, let's put Max Arnold up for sale. We're very happy to keep him, but if we can sell him, we will as well. But because we want to almost keep him, we're going to put him up for that. Oh, I've got to do this again. A bit annoying. Okay. Okay, so he's up now as well, along with our Jonas Vind, and everyone's up for sale. Cool. Okay, because we don't have enough of the Una to try and buy a defender, we're going to leave Ultimate Champions for now. And we're going to head over to Sorare now. And then once we've done a little bit of Sorare, we're going to cover Pooky as well. But I think for now, let's close some of these down. Okay. In fact, what we'll do before we start doing the L15 under 40 scouting, we'll take a very quick 5-minute break here, guys. So just a bit of a breather. And then when we come back, we're going to start adding in more players into our cap cheat codes for Sorare, and just looking at the next game week. So the weekend game week in Sorare, what players have low L15s of 40 or below that could be quite good options to consider for the cap modes this weekend in Sorare. So quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back, guys, okay? All right, guys, welcome back in. And a warm welcome to you if you're just tuning in for the first time as well today. It's been a bit of an interesting stream because we were supposed to do some scouting for Sorare, looking at players that have L15 average scores of 40 or below. But we haven't had a chance to do that yet. We've just spent the last few hours just diving into Ultimate Champions, which has been fun. And I've been picking up a few players along the way. But I think what we're going to do now is we are going to start to look at Sorare. And we're going to start to do a little bit of scouting. I have seen that there was a question in the chat when we were on our little break there around the coupons. And we will open up the free tip scout fund coupons after 3. So, yeah, 3 p.m. UK time. I'm not sure when it'll be dead on 3, but it'll be after 3. So let's just crack on. Let's dive into some scouting now. Also, guys, don't forget that if you're a sub to the channel, then you can win cards on the channel. And you also don't get to see ads. So if you hate ads, you don't have to watch them if you're a sub. We haven't had a giveaway in a long time. And it's not because I haven't wanted to give out cards. The giveaways are always determined by you guys, right? So you guys can trigger them. So we'll open up, I think, the giveaway later on. And then if we have it triggered, if one of you guys redeem it, then we can give away some cards. But you will need to be a sub on the channel to take part in the giveaways that we do. The watch list that we're going to be working from is this one here. This is the CAPPED cheat codes watch list. And this is where... for nearly a year now, we've been adding in and identifying good players that have really low L15s. Now, some of these have changed, right? You can see that Carlton Morris no longer has an L15 of 40 or below. Some of them still do have an L15 of 40 or below. And some of these players are just good in general to target, not specifically for a game week. They might just be good players to target long term. Others will have more immediate use for the more, pressing upcoming game week. So it's a really good watch list to go through. And I'm going to give you the link in the chat. There's the link for this watch list here. Let's have a look at some players here. Free Tip Scout, capped cheat codes for the next game week. Could be Moses Simon and Koza from Nantes. They have a home game versus Metz and both scored really well. Cool. Thank you for that, by the way, Twitch Gaming. So you guys have already got a couple of ideas in there from Twitch Gaming to look at. Let's get started. Okay, so we're going to be looking, I think, for a goalkeeper, first of all, that is playing, ideally, in the next game week 455, and that has an L15 of 40 or below. Okay. Now, one of the things that this type of search will do, if you just done a search like this, right, is that it's going to give you everyone and anyone, and it's going to give you... like proper backup goalkeepers as well. So if we run this filter now, look, if we run the search, we're going to get like hundreds. You can see that here, 584. Okay, so it's not that great to run the search like this if you are ever looking to search for capped players, especially goalkeepers. It's not really the most optimal search, okay? So there's like a couple of ways that you can filter down the search result. One of them is you could put an L5 on and you put this up to 20%. Okay, and you just filter that. And it's going to take it down to a nice number there of 66, right? So we can run through this list here. The other way to do it is to take that off because sometimes you're going to want to try and find goalkeepers that haven't played at all, but are about to come in and start playing. So maybe, those backup goalkeepers that are finally going to get that one game because maybe the starting goalkeeper is suspended or injured, and then they won't have any L5, right? But what they might have is they might have some kind of involvement in the last 40. So you could actually put the L40 to like something like 10% there and then filter that. And then you can see here, look, we get 87. And so this is then going to give you goalkeepers that have been playing recently, also goalkeepers that haven't so much, but maybe backups that have been involved to some extent over there. Oh, that's in the last 15, sorry. You want to put it in the last 40, not the last 15, sorry. So you want to put it in the last 40. You want to leave the L15 as is. You don't want to play around with that for the games played. But in the L40, you then want to put that at like 10%. And you filter that, and then you get 171. So it's still quite a hefty amount to run through, but we'll try and go through it. That watch list link didn't work for me. What is your membership on Sorare Data? Are you an amateur or like a rookie, or are you paying for a membership on Sorare Data? Because if you don't have a pro membership on Sorare Data, you won't be able to view that watch list. That's nothing to do with me. That's just how Sorare Data have done it. I don't agree with it. I actually think that if you have a rookie, then you should be able to view like a public watch list, like a watch list that I create or that another content creator creates. You should be able to view it, view at least one. So maybe you can't view all of them, but it should allow you on the rookie to be able to view stuff like this, right? Because then it helps us to do content and it's good for you guys. But yeah, Sorare Data aren't listening. I've told them. I don't like that they've done it like that, but it is what it is. It's their platform, their tool. Oh my God. Okay, so Brad Stuver has an L15 of 40 or below. Let's sort this by L40 descending filter. Okay, Daniel Peretz is in here. Murik is in here. Courtois. Samuel Soares is in here. Alvarez. These are actually good goalkeepers, but they're not involved at the moment. So these would probably be good goalkeepers to pick up and invest in for the long term, but they're not really at all good options for this weekend. Alfred Gomez is actually a good cheat code type player. He's not playing at the moment, but he's good enough that he needs to be part of the cap cheat codes there. Same for Maxime. Like, so again, because we often get this question a lot every time we do this, right? If I start adding in these types of players, we often get it in the chat where some guys say, yeah, but like he's not playing. It's not the point. It's not the point entirely, okay? The point is that you have to know what players are worth looking at to pick up whilst they're cheap. And a lot of goalkeepers that are good that aren't playing now, like for example, Maxime, right? He's only 30 years old. He will play eventually again at some point. He's only 239 and is limited. Now, if you can afford to pick up this type of player and sit on them and just be patient, this is the type of player to get. Because then when they play, you can play a goalkeeper in the cap modes for free. That's if the cap modes are around still before August, which they will be, and then Maxime's able to play. If not, then you'll be able to play Maxime in the cap modes when they pop up, like in the special weeklies. So the point really is just about trying to look at players that are good in general and players that can also help you for the next game. So like this guy here, for example, this is a good young goalkeeper that obviously has no game time recently. He's expensive because he's young and he's highly regarded. If you could pick him up, great. But this is the type of player you don't need to rush to get. And this is the type of player that we could add into the cap cheat codes, but we're not going to. he's much more of a player that would go into kind of like an under 23, almost like a wonder kid under 23, right? So an up and coming watch list rather than a cap cheat codes. Someone like Maxime, I think, has more of a chance to play than Samuel. And when he does play, Maxime actually has then the potential to score very good based off his low L15. Yeah, the MLS could be dropping tomorrow. It's going to drop this week. Nobody really knows actually when they're doing it because, you know, Sorare, as we know, are so secretive on stuff like that. I know they play Leipzig, but Luth has L15 as 0 and he'll play as Ryman is suspended from the game. Yeah, you're right, technically, but not really. You're right. Technically, he could be a cheat code because you can play him for nothing, right? And even if he scores like 20 or 15, it's going to allow you to free up the cap cost and the budget to spread across others in the team. So technically, yes, but I think he's not going to do that good in that game. Well, there hasn't been any auctions for MLS for a while now, Neil. It's not like the MLS auctions have stopped all of a sudden. There haven't been any auctions for like a week or so. So it's actually been a long time that they haven't been auctioning. I think it's even been like a week and a half. But yeah, they're coming this week, I'm sure. The lack of Prem auctions makes you think that they're going to be doing MLS auctions. Why is that? No, I don't think so. I don't think they would cut down the Prem just to prepare for the MLS. I don't think one or the other affects the other at all. No, I don't think so at all, man. I think if Sorare wanted to, they could just start loading up MLS and then keep the same amount of auctions for the Prem. So I don't think that is to do with it, personally. All right, let's have a look at some goalkeepers here then. Juan Musso, no. A lot of goalkeepers here. Aaron Eskandal's really good, but he's not playing anymore because he's since moved clubs, right? So good player to add, good player to be patient on, but not a good player for this weekend. The player that Twitch Gaming mentioned was Leipzig, and he mentioned the backup for Ryman. Let's bring him up. So a lot of you guys will know of this goalkeeper. He used to play for Union Berlin a few years back, and he used to be their number one. Then he was in the Bundesliga 2. He was for Kaiserslautern. He wasn't really playing for a lot of this season. And then in January, he kind of made the move to Bochum. He's going to be coming in because Ryman's suspended, so you could technically look at him. But honestly, a home game against Leipzig is not really great. If it was like Darmstadt or Heidenheim, he'd be amazing. Technically, he is a cheat code because he has that low L15 of nothing, so you can play him for free. But I think if you play Andres Luth for Bochum and they're going up against Leipzig, then you should not be surprised if he then gets a negative decisive. I also don't think he's a good goalkeeper personally. I think he's past his peak now. I've talked about that a lot in the past where he's like, he used to be pretty solid. He's got loads of errors in his game now. And I just don't think that he is the same goalkeeper anymore. So you can look at him if you want. I'll add him in. But for me personally, I wouldn't look at him. Yeah. But he's a good option if you really can't find like a goalkeeper that has like an L. Like, let's say, for example, you're looking for a goalkeeper with a really low L15. Like in the team that you're trying to build, you need a goalkeeper with like 20 or 25 or 30. That's really rare to find. So this would probably be your saving grace here. The fact he's only 186 in limited as well, really good. you'll only be able to get one game worth of utility out of him. So keep that in mind. If you buy him, you're getting him for one game, basically. And then, you know, Ryman will be back. And then you won't probably get any more utility out of him. So make sure you do it cheap. Who else we got in here? Okay. Sorry. Brad Stuver with an L15 or 40 is silly. Brad Stuver's already in there. So Brad Stuver is 100% a cheat code. He's a very good goalkeeper. He does have a game. It says he doesn't have a game. He does have a game. It's just rare data doing this really weird bug again. But he's got a game, I think, against Seattle, right? Yeah, look. Seattle. It's not that good for him because it's away. But this is actually a really good goalkeeper to pick up in general because he's the clear number one for Austin. And he can hit you some monster scores. Look, any goalkeeper that can hit a score of 100 or 80, 90, which he can, is always worth picking up. So if you don't know about Brad Stuver, then definitely start thinking about Brad Stuver. If you need a reliable starting goalkeeper that has a load of utility for the rest of the season, this is probably the way to do it. Who else have we got here? Yeah, MLS's Challenger in the new format, yeah. Mark Flecken is also an L15 or 40. Wow. They're in trouble a little bit, Brentford, because they are precariously close to the relegation zone. This is not an easy game for Flecken. The Sorare data tool hints that it is an easy game for him, but it's not, because it's basically showing that on average goalkeepers have scored 60 against Chelsea, which is surprising. He's been in relatively good form, but obviously the last game they just got hammered. And you can see that their results are just not going their way. They're losing too many games. They're shipping too many goals. So on the one hand, he is a cheat code because it's rare that a Flecken is going to be an L15 or 40. He's the clear established starter too. It's just not really, in my opinion, a very good game. You have to say that Chelsea losing the final, the Carabao Cup final to Liverpool, they're going to need a reaction. They're going to need to bounce back. You could also argue that they might be dragging in a bit of a cup final loss hangover into this game, where they might be still suffering from that. But I would probably tend to look at it the other way, that they have a point to prove, that they're going to be determined to get back on track with a win, bounce back with a win. And just based on the amount of goals that Brentford are conceding as well, it's a risky one. Because look, they conceded 4 against Wolves. They conceded 3 against Crystal Palace. They conceded 3 against Tottenham, 2 against Nottingham Forest, 3 against Man City. They've been very leaky. So he's a goalkeeper that, you know, is already in there. He would allow you to put a pretty strong team in Cap 220, for example, because his cost is so low. But you'd also have to say, would he really keep a clean sheet against Chelsea? Probably not. And then just based on how they are defending at the moment, there's a realistic chance that he could get a negative decisive here. So be careful with him. John McCarthy. John McCarthy needs to be considered a cheat code, doesn't he? So John McCarthy only has an L15 of 31. Oh, wow. He's the new starter at LA Galaxy as well. He's absolutely a cheat code, John McCarthy. It's not a good game for them this weekend against San Jose Earthquakes away, but he's the new number one. He's playing for a good team. I think they've made some really good signings at LA Galaxy. And I'm expecting a better season from them. I have to say, getting a starting goalkeeper, especially for the MLS with an L15 and a 31 is so rare. So it's really worth getting, or at least looking at this type of player. A player that you could pair up with John McCarthy as well is Mickey Yamain. So Mickey Yamain, just go in here, right? You could have a John McCarthy and then you could have a Mickey Yamain. Now, this guy is going to do fantastic in the MLS. He has a very high L15 because he's just coming over from the J1 League with the top team Kawasaki Frontale, and his level of scoring is insane. But if you were looking for a defensive stack, you could absolutely pair up Mickey Yamain, who's only £3.45 in the limited, with someone like a John McCarthy. And that would be a really, really good stack to have defensively. So rare. Does anybody have that stack, actually, of McCarthy and Mickey Yamain? If you do, I'd love to know, what scarcity is it in? Limited, rare? If I had John McCarthy, then I absolutely would have Mickey Yamain. They've got a really good team here. This is a team that you could actually build a bit of a stack with. You could, for example, have McCarthy, Yamain. You could have Riqui in here, Pencil. Even Delgado is pretty good. I know he got a red card here, but Delgado has his moments where he can hit big. Look, he's only got an L15 of 41, but he can hit you into that high range as well. He does chip in quite a bit with decisive returns. Pretty good. Yeah. So you have him from when he played for LAFC. He's going to get a lot of shit, isn't he? That he went from LAFC to LA Galaxy. Like, there's like a pure rival move that you shouldn't really do, but he did. So yeah, John McCarthy this weekend doesn't have the greatest fixture, but if you're struggling to fit a team under the cap and you're looking for a good cost saving, then John McCarthy, who is now the new number one at LA Galaxy and has an L15 and 31, would be very, very good to look at. Challenger with the MLS stack or contender with the J League? Challenger with the MLS stack. Ivor Panda has still not got a game for Hull, which is a shame for him because he's very good. This is another type of goalkeeper that's really worth trying to pick up on the cheap. Ivor Panda. Yeah, Nubel. I've seen Nubel was mentioned in the chat a few times. I am not a fan of Nubel at all. I really am not. I don't think he's that good. Every time I've watched him, there just seems to be an error in his game. He doesn't look very confident to me at all. I think this season he's been doing okay, but he hits some good scores from time to time, but I just think that I would prefer someone a little bit more reliable. That being said, he does have a really low L15. He's been out for a couple of games, isn't he? So what's the deal with him? Does anybody actually know in the chat? Like, is he expected to play the next game? Because he's only at 79% here. He's in training, is he? Okay. I wonder whether Bully News is expecting him to be back in. Yeah, 31 for McCarthy. Yeah, they are expecting him to return this weekend. So Bully News, which is quite a trustworthy source, they're projecting him at the moment to be back in the starting lineup. Yeah, if it shows differently, it's because on Sorare, it will show what the average is like now, whereas on Sorare data, I have a view in my preferences which is showing us what he's going to be. So look, we're not using the Sorare SO5 average. So yeah, technically, if we turn this on, right, and then we looked at John McCarthy again, John McCarthy will be what, 30, yeah? So at the moment he's 30, and what's going to happen is that after the next game week, John McCarthy is going to be 31. We should probably put the Sorare average on whilst we're looking at this here, but I tend to leave it off because I'm always trying to look at what they're going to be rather than what they are right now. But yeah, we'll put it on that for now. So yeah, you could argue that new ball is a cheat code here as well with a low L15. Ben Wilson has just started to play again. I have to be honest with you though, I wouldn't look at Ben Wilson. He was dropped, and then the last 2 games he came in, and then the last game was really bad for him because they conceded 3 goals at home. So I actually felt that the other goalkeeper was doing a better job. And so I think that Ben Wilson's probably going to be dropped again. If it does look like he's going to start, he could be a good option because he's got a really low L15. But he's also the type of goalkeeper you need to be really careful with, because even if he does continue to play, I think at any moment he can be dropped again. And the other backup goalkeeper they've got, was he gone? Here we go, Bradley Collins. Bradley Collins, I thought, done quite well when he came in for Coventry. I think it was the last 3 games he was a little bit off the boil, but prior to that, he was very good. So this situation is very uncertain. So keep that in mind. Yeah, they are a little bit. A lot of people have Coventry stacks too, don't they? Dominic Shields in here with an L15 of 38, and this is the main starting goalkeeper for Austria Lustenau. He's not a cheat code. He is in the sense that you can put him in a lineup. He's not going to cost a lot, but he's not really a cheat code. In my opinion, he's playing for a team that just concedes far too many goals. Look, 7-0, no, they're always going to get hammered against Salzburg. But 3-1 here, 3-0 against, they lost against Cashback Altac. 3-2, they concede too many, too many goals, as in like too many games are over 3 goals that they concede. And so it just hurts his scoring. And so there are going to be those few games where he does amazing, but he's not going to do that good against Rapid Wien, right? It's away, first of all. Rapid Wien have very good attackers. He's going to concede 3 goals. So again, it's one of those players that you could look at if you really wanted to. They're cheap. They have a low L15. He's the main starter. But I don't think you really want to. I think for this price, you can find better. And you can find somebody that not only helps you better this weekend, but somebody that also is not going to concede the level of goals that they are conceding. So we don't add him in. He was worth a mention, but he's not really the type of player that you guys should be looking at. Bavogo's good. Lorient, they're the type of team that don't keep a lot of clean sheets, though. But Lorient's pretty good. Who do they have? They have Renee away. That's a little bit tricky. But yeah, Mavogo is quite a good one. We've already got him in there as well. I don't think that's a good fixture for him, but I think he's a good goalkeeper to look at. They seem like the Rudesh of Austria. They are, yeah. They are pants. They're absolutely terrible. They didn't have too bad a first season last year in the top division, but yeah, this year they're going to go down, aren't they? You'd expect them to go down. There's Luth, who we were just talking about earlier. So again, good shout there from Twitch Gaming. Keep in mind the fixture's not that great, but you get a goalkeeper with an L15 0. Who do Villarreal have? Oh, they have Granada. That's pretty good. This goalkeeper, I think, has a lot of room to improve, but Villarreal have also not been that great as a whole. He is a young goalkeeper, though. He's only 21, and he's starting for Villarreal. I don't think he's a cheat code, personally. I think he's a youngster that has a lot of mistakes in him. I think he's too far off from being the complete product. And even though his L15, again, is pretty good, he's probably a better goalkeeper to invest in long term. But he's actually expensive. So this is the type of player that I would probably only pick up in limited if he was under £10. I don't think he's going to be under £10 anytime soon. So not for me. He doesn't go in. Pomerzon's a good goalkeeper that has a very low... okay, that's not bad for Pomerzon. Pomerzon's not really been doing that good, but this is not too bad a game. I mean, Ahmad's still good. He's in there, though, no? As a cheat code, he should be. He's going to be added in. He is a good goalkeeper. He's not playing for an especially strong team. Yeah, that is one thing I do agree with, is that there's a lot of potential for Philip Jorgensen. Definitely. Newcastle went with Karius in that game. Okay. Fair enough. That didn't really pay off, did it? They've surely got to revert back to Dubravka for the next game. Martin Dubravka. Dubravka was ill, yeah. You'd like to think they'd go back to Dubravka against Wolves. They need to win that game as well. Newcastle are not in a good position in the league, not based on the amount of money that they spent and probably what their expectations were. Like, they're down here at 10th. So they're so far off any of the European spots. It's really bad. And they need to start winning games. And I think what's let them down is their away form has been terrible. Look, at home, they've been pretty solid, but they need to make sure that, looking at their form here, look, yeah, sure, they lost the last game, but they've only won 2 of their last 5. You'd expect Newcastle to win a lot more. So they realistically need to try and win the next one. Well, Dubravka's not their number 1, but he is serving as their number 1 right now, as Pope is out injured. Yeah. But he's not technically their number 1, but he's like the deputy that's stepping in, right? Yeah. So Dubravka's probably quite good because he has a really low L15. He has a home game as well, which I think is okay for him. Wolves are okay, but Newcastle should be able to deal with them. So he should go in. He's a good one to look at. Higa Shiguchi's a good goalkeeper that's out injured. He's a bit of a legend. Who else we got here? Okay, Guillermo's in there. For Salernitana, who do they have? Udinese's away. It's not great. Such a weird move that he's now playing for Salernitana. Very strange for him. Not a cheat code type player to look at. Trevor Carson for Dundee. Who do they have? Oh, they've got Celtic. Forget it. Forget it. Stankovic there for Sampdoria. Stankovic has a lot of potential, no? This goalkeeper, Filip Stankovic at 22. He's got a lot of good potential. He's not really been showing it, if we're honest with you about it. But he's a goalkeeper that actually has the potential to do really well. He's got a lot more development in him. I'm going to add him in because I think he's good. He's like quite expensive though, isn't he? Look, he's like £30 on the market. So you're really just paying for this here, the under 23 utility. He's already in there. Great. He's a good one to look at, but he's just expensive, I think. Who else do you think we should look at, guys? Let's go down to the bottom. Let's have a look at the guys really down at the bottom here. McCarthy, no. Cole Hine, no. None of these guys I'm aware. This guy's really good, but he's not going to be playing. I think there's a rumor that there is a few European clubs that are interested in Kudikov. He's highly rated, this guy. And he had a little bit of game time last season. And he done relatively okay. He also had a few shockers as well. But he's only 20 and he was 19 at the time. So he's allowed to have some shockers there. But in the games that he done really well, he did do very well. Like his AA was incredible. He saved a penalty. He even got an assist there. So he's a goalkeeper to keep an eye on long term. Daniel Kudikov. He's already in a couple of my watch lists. He's not in the cap sheet codes, but we'll add him in for the future. Okay. Who else we got in here? Dean Henderson. Henderson's having a little bit of problems at the moment, as in he's not really been doing that great when he started. So he's then been benched. It's a shame for him because I quite like Dean Henderson. But he's just not really being good enough when he's come in. Julian Crow, absolutely not. For Kaiserslautern, who look like they're going to be down. They're going to get relegated. Mark Martinez used to be a good option before he moved to Granada. He's no longer a good option. Stezko. Who did Tyrol have? Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. This is potentially one of those rare games where Stezko could deliver a good score against Hartberg. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so Tyrol are down here. They've not been doing that great. Hartberg are all the way up here. At home, Tyrol have only won one, but they're right in the thick of it, Tyrol. Away from home, Hartberg have been okay. They've actually been pretty solid. They've been struggling for form though, haven't they? Look, I know this was only friendlies, but they haven't really been looking that convincing from the results, no? And I think Tyrrell are okay. I don't think Tyrrell should get relegated. I'd hope that they don't. But they do need to try and pick up a win here, I think. So this could be one of the rare weekends where Stejko actually outperforms his L15 by quite a bit. The opponent score of 45 is not that promising. But his AA has been quite good in general. So all he really needs is a clean sheet. If he can continue to produce this level of AA and then he gets that clean sheet against Hartberg, then he'll be laughing because then he'll be giving you a score of 70-80. Yeah, this could be an interesting one. Quite cheap as well. He's an under 21 goalkeeper. I think we've already got him in as the cap cheat code, so it's not super easy, but it's probably one to take a closer look at. Carlos Acevedo, not at the moment. Okay. Let's move it on a little bit. We've gone through a few goalkeepers there. So let's look at some forwards, and then we might mix it up a little bit. We could spend all day doing this, but we don't have all day to do it. So let's skip to forwards. We'll have a look at some forwards, and then, yeah, if we get time towards the end, we can maybe look at some other positions. Let's do that. Okay. What we ideally want to do, is it would be quite good if we could find someone with a good decisive level. Like that. Okay, and then in the L5, somebody has actually played at least a game in the L5. $227. Look at Terran Moffey there. Terran Moffey has an L15 of 39. Wow. That's incredible. It's not so great that he's been starting from the bench, really. He was their main starter. He's got a good game, though, to do well here. He's just a good player in general, Terran Moffey. The fact he has an L15 of 39, he absolutely needs to go in here. He's a brilliant forward. It's almost like a young Lukaku. He needs to win his place back. He needs to get back in the starting lineup for Nice. I don't think he's scored a huge amount of goals this season, has he? Moffey. Yeah, so he scored 6 in 19. He's got 2 assists, which is not bad. But I think they were probably expecting a little bit more this season. Last season, he was very good. He got 18 in 34. So he's just a little bit off the pace so far this season. But he's very good, though. Can any of you guys in the chat name me a forward that would be a good cheat code for this weekend? And we'll bring them up and we'll look at them and we'll talk about them. Let's get some of the chat's ideas here on this. I've been talking for a while. Let's switch it over. You guys give me some ideas and we can talk about them on the chat, on the stream. Okay, so Ligma says Steep Buke. Let's bring him up straight away. Okay, Isaac is due a goal, isn't he? Yeah, I agree with you on that, Graham. The other one is Moses Simon. I'm personally not a fan of Moses Simon, but I think there's probably a good shout there. Franco Soldano from FIFA as well. Bring these guys up and we'll talk about them. Okay, and then Reindeer says Bobby Wood. I'm also not a fan of Bobby Wood at all, but we will talk about him. Yeah, and then did someone say Nadia too? Cool. I am a fan of Nadia. Nadia is very good. I'm a fan more of this Nadia, Iliman Nadia, but someone said Ameth, so let's bring him up too. All right, we've got 5 here to begin with. Let's start with Steep Buke, right? So for Real Valladolid, this was the suggestion from Ligma. He has an L15 of 40, and his next game this weekend is against Andorra, which is not bad. It's okay. He's just begun starting. So he's been sitting on the bench, biding his time. He was at LAFC before, joined Valladolid in January, and has just been waiting to get the starts. He is now getting a few starts. He's had 2, and he got an assist in the last one, and an AA of 13.6. So, yeah, interesting suggestion, because with this type of player, for me personally, I like this guy, but I think that he's a player that doesn't really benefit enough in Sorare. So generally speaking, he won't really be able to give you a good AA score. And because he's a bit more of like a player that does rely then on scoring multiple decisives, he just doesn't really tend to do that very often. Like, he often pops up with a goal, but he doesn't really have the clinicalness to be scoring multiple. Look, not really done it very often. So I don't think this is a bad shout at all. I think this is probably quite a good one, given that he's an under 23 player. He has an L15 of 40. He's less than, well, he's about £3, which is pretty cheap. And the opponent's not bad. I think Andorra's often a little bit of a tricky one, because with the La Liga Smart Bank, there's never really loads of goals. But the benefit here is that Andorra are really not doing that good. So it's probably the one fixture for, Valladolid, who are sitting 4th, that you would expect Steep to do better in. So good suggestion that from Ligma, I think. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. So Steep will add him into the cap sheet codes there. L15 of 40, good fixture. Started to get a starting place in the team now. Pretty good AA in the last game, I have to say. And if he can continue that now, he could do well in the weekend. So that's the first one. Next one is Moses Simon. Moses Simon. I don't like this guy. So this was a suggestion from Twitch Gaming. Twitch Gaming, because I don't like this guy, and I'm probably going to be the worst person to sell this guy. Why do you think that he is now a cap cheat code for managers to look at for this weekend? I'm pretty sure a lot of your argument's going to be around Mets, isn't it, at home? Because that is very attractive, the opponent score there. Is this the type of fixture that you would expect Moses Simon to hit like a monster score now, like a 94 or something, Twitch Gaming? He's just hit some good form, as in, like, he'd done well in the last game. He's also very cheap as well. We have to keep that in mind. He's only £1.59. But yeah, what are you expecting from Moses Simon this weekend? Yeah, good, just because they have a home game against Mets and he seems to be in form at the moment. I kind of agree. I'm inclined to agree, even though I really don't like this guy. And one of the reasons I don't like this guy is that he's got, to be fair to him, he's got good attacking returns. I just don't really think that he is consistent enough, right? He has his little bursts and he does loads of things where there's just nothing going on. If we looked at the starts he had, yeah, look, I think this is my kind of issue with him, is that in 119 starts that he's had for all teams, right, in all competitions, his returns are good, right? His returns are pretty good. 20 goals, 24 assists in 120 or so games is not bad. You'd want a forward type player like this to be probably increasing that a bit more. But I think the issue that I have with him is that he is very much one of those forward players where he can either do something great or he can just do something like horrible and very insignificant like this. It's difficult to kind of get enough AA from him every game, but he definitely has the right fixture now where you could target him, and he is low in his L15, and he's also very low in his cost. He's probably not the type of player that I would pick up and hold on to long term. He is probably the type of player in the current format that I might be considering looking at for like one specific game week, which would be this one. But then after this game week, I think I would then be looking to offload him. I just don't know whether you can offload this player really easily, you know? There's like 1,352 limited cards of him. If we go on to the market right now, there must be literally 20 or 30. Look at that. There's quite a few limited cards of him on the market. So this is always a little bit of a danger when you're scouting for capped cheat codes, is that they can be a really, really good option if you think that the player is going to come in and smash it, right? But if you pick him up and then he comes into this game and he does nothing at all and he hits a score of 40, then your gamble that he was going to do something amazing here won't pay off. And then what will likely happen is that his price could even decrease after you bought him. And then it means that if you only really bought him for one game week, the gamble wouldn't have paid off. And then if you want to shift him out, you'd probably struggle to shift him out because there's so many in the game, and you probably would end up taking a little bit of a loss on him. So be careful. I do actually think that Twitch Gaming has done a good shout here. Even though I don't like this player, I think I see the logic into it. And that technically, in theory, he could do very well. He just wouldn't be a player for me long term. Yeah, but he's probably a good player to look at if you're struggling to find a forward that's under 40, and you also want a forward that has a good game. This would be a good option. The next one was Franco Soldano. I think this was a suggestion from FIFA. Yeah, it was. It was FIFA's suggestion. The positive with Franco Soldano, straight away, you can see it immediately. There are very few limited cards of this player. Look, there's only 86. So if he is going to be a player that can hit a mammoth score, then you're going to be in a great position for him, because then you'll most likely be able to sell him for a big amount of profit, given that there's just so few of him. And the other thing as well is that this team that he's playing for, they are not licensed by Sorare. So it means that there can't be any more cards minted, limited, rare, super rare, unique. There's no more cards that Sorare can mint for this guy at the moment. So I like this suggestion for this already, because targeting players that can't be minted anymore really shields you from the supply side pressures that Sorare can put on the card values, right? You wouldn't expect this card to go significantly lower. If anything, you'd expect this card to be going higher. And at the moment, he's been doing very well. He has been doing well. Look, this was, to be fair, this was back in December, but this is his first game for Union La Calera, and he started off with a goal. So, interesting. Interesting suggestion. Yeah. The fact that he's only £1.59, I think, is a little bit crazy, because, you know, technically I think he should be a lot higher. given there's only 86 limited cards of him. He's probably, though, a player that everyone is just ignoring and everyone's just sleeping on because of the fact that when you look at his scoring history, he's not really been a starter for a while. He's been in and out as a starter and his scoring's not been that great. The big problem with him, and I think you guys can see it, is that if we just filter to the starts that he's had, right? When you do look at the starts that he's had, this is really bad. No, this is really bad. So this is the big criticism that I would say about this player, is that when he has started, he has played 70 games, but he's only scored 5 goals, 4 assists, and he has no AA whatsoever, basically. So you can't really rely on him if he doesn't score, if he doesn't provide an assist. You can't really rely on him giving you a score of like 50, 60, because he just doesn't really do it. Like, there's almost too much really crap scoring happening. But a new club often means that a player has a fresh start, right? So could be good. Could be good. They're going up against who's this? Iquique? Are they the newly promoted team? Yeah, he's at home to a promoted team. Good. Okay. So technically he's got a good fixture. And he's got a really low L15, isn't he, of 34? So low L15, low price here, and he's at home to a newly promoted team. And he's in pretty good form. Hopefully he can continue that into the second game. Probably a good option to look at. Yeah, good shout there, man. Did we add him in? I don't think we added him in, actually. Just find him again. Want to make sure that we do add him in. Franco Soldano, so you guys can find him in the cheat codes watch list there. Okay. Right. I'm really interested to hear this now. We had a suggestion. Where's he gone? So Reindeer has suggested Bobby Wood. Now, I would love to know, like, and Bobby, if you're here still in the chat, please do let us know. Why do you think that this guy is a cheat code this weekend? I would love to know. I really would. This is the weekend fixture against Toronto. I would love to know. Because I personally don't. Personally, I don't think that this is a cheat code type player. He is very cheap. His L15 is incredibly low. He's not starting. And I don't think he's going to be starting at all. I don't think he's good enough to start, personally. I don't really rate him. But I would love to know why he was suggested, because there's maybe something that we're not considering. Is he still here? Where are you at? Are you still in the chat, Reindeer? He's starting this weekend. Okay. So where have you got that information from? Maybe we can bring it up on the stream. Maybe it's on Play Sharper as well. I mean, I doubt it, because they haven't even played their game in game week 454 yet. But let's have a little look. What's the deal with Veroni? Why is Veroni... here we go. There is a lineup here. There's a lineup already projected. Okay. Let's bring it up. So, yeah, okay. So, Bobby Wood is projected from the expert at 90% there. Interesting. Where's Veroni? Is he injured? I think Veroni's injured, no? Or was he suspended? Okay, is he suspended? Okay. Interesting. In theory, this is actually quite a good game at home against Toronto, who last season were the whipping boys, right, of the MLS. Bobby Wood, if he's going to start, which it looks like he is, right, then an L15 at 29 is probably not a bad shout, or 28, sorry. The fact he's also ATP means that if you are really on the smallest of budgets, then you can take a bit of a gamble on this guy, but it would largely be a gamble for one game week. So you would be bringing him in and then hoping that he can hit like a good score. Now, he doesn't need to hit like a monster score, right? If he has an L15 of 28, even if he just delivered a score of 60, that would be a really good overperformance in like a cap 220. That would then probably really help your team to a card reward. I don't like this guy personally. I don't really rate him. I'd actually like to know what his scoring record is like. I don't think it's super strong, but then I also think he's the type of player that has suffered from not really bedding down a starting spot. His record for the national team is not too bad though. Yeah, look, he's got 73 goals in 383. For New England, he's only got 7 in 34, but keep in mind he hasn't really started enough. His record for Hamburg was kind of poor, 13 in 80, but then his record for Union Berlin was actually not too bad at all, at 17 in 32. He looks like the type of player that will only really perform if he's in the right type of club environment. But he's kind of cheap. He's really cheap, actually, at ATP on the market. So you guys could look at him if you wanted to. I wouldn't personally, but you could look at him if you really needed a low-cost, low L15 player, and I'll add him into the cap cheat codes as well. Hello to Noodle as well. And then the last player that you guys gave us in the chat was Amath Nadia. And that was a suggestion from, if I can just find it. Well, Ligma said that it was Rude, was it? Okay, so Rude 3A suggested Amath Nadia, who's £2.92. He's got a very good L5 at the moment, hitting some great form for Real Valladolid. And again, they're going up against Andorra that are right towards the bottom end of the table. So if he can take this form, if he can continue it into the next game against a pretty weak defensive team, then he should do well. He's not technically under 40. He has an L15 of 41. Doesn't really fall into the category that we are discussing today, but he's probably a good player to mention still. Is anybody lining this guy up at all? Amath Nadia. I'm going to guess that his price has really shot up over the last 2 weeks, yeah. Well, not really. Definitely it shot up over the last, over the last week, hasn't it? Because prior to what he was doing there, he wasn't really doing anything at all. Like, he's really not been doing anything. So this looks like more of a form player rather than a player that you would pick up and sit on long term. He's also not got very good AA, but he's definitely produced really good AA over the last 4 games. So like, even when he's not delivered the goals here, you can see, look, his AA of 15 here and 13 here is really good. So I like the suggestion. I do. If he can continue that, he could absolutely be a cheat code for the managers in Sorare. We'll add him in as well. Yeah, it's really good. I think the form's really good. Good enough that we should add him in, definitely. Okay. We could spend all day and all evening discovering more cap cheat codes. We don't really have the time. We do need to spend a little bit of time talking about pooky as well. We also need to do some other things on Sorare. So we're going to take another quick 5-minute break. Then when we come back, I'm going to open up the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So maybe we can do some giveaways. We might be able to help you guys find some players as well, or build some teams from scratch. So there's a lot that we can do still. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. And we're just going to take a very quick 5-minute break just to kind of stretch our legs, and then, yeah. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're back in 5. All right, guys, thanks for waiting. It was a little bit longer than what I expected, but yeah, apologies about that. Let's get some of the coupons up. Try and activate a few of them. And then we're going to do some other stuff as well. Oh, this is an interesting one. I was hoping that we'd get that from Connor. I was hoping that somebody would redeem it. So we're going to do a Teemo Pooky, which we haven't done in so long. So it's going to be quite nice to actually dig deep into a game again. Because often we don't do that enough anymore, right? We just kind of like do our predictions and in 2 minutes, and we don't really need to dig down deep into the stats. But now we can with Teemo Pooky. Let's do that as well. So all of the coupons are available for you guys to redeem. So feel free to use them if you've got enough coupons to do so. We're going to start off with Teemo Pooky, which Connor has activated. And he wants us to look at the Valencano versus the Cadiz game. Ooh. So my initial thinking here is that Valencano should be able to win. But let's look into it. Again, if you guys are not playing this game, you really should be playing it by now. I'm going to give you the link in the chat so you can get started with benefits to begin with. There's the link right there. You've got 2-0 at the moment. Okay, interesting. So let's bring up Valencano. And we're going to try and analyze this next game that they have this weekend against Cadiz here in La Liga. Now, they're not in good form, but neither are Cadiz. So, thinking the draw could be on here. I mean, I think that Rayo Vallecano should be able to win because in theory they should be able to outscore them. Cadiz don't really score many goals in general. And I think when they're away from home, they score even less, right? There, look, they've only scored 6 goals in 13. They have not won a game away from home so far. And they've only drawn 5. They've lost 8. At home, Vallecano have also been quite poor. They've only won 1. They've drawn 6. What's the... Let's bring up William Hill here. I have a feeling that the odds for the draw in this is going to be close to 3. If not under 3. Oh, the draw's at 3.4. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. I thought the draw might be a little bit lower. The fact it's not is actually kind of saying to me that maybe the draw could still happen, but maybe it's not really what they're thinking. Let's bring up footy stats as well. Hello to Beast. How you doing, man? I'm doing good, thanks. How are you? Vallecano Cadiz here. One of the reasons why I'm slightly edging towards the draw in this game is that both teams are probably 1 goal in them. But I want to see the stats, whether that tells me any different. But my kind of reaction or my instant feeling is that this should be like a 1-1 or a 1-0 to the home team. They have a history of draws in this fixture too, don't they? Like 54% of their past 13 meetings have been draws, and both of these teams have pretty much got the same form heading into this one too. They've both lost 3 and they've both drawn 2. I don't think there's a huge amount separating them based on the form, but I do think that Vallecano are the better team. It's so difficult to back a team. Look, they've only won 8% of their games at home. So, like, Connor, to be honest with you, if I was going to be doing this, there's no way that I would back any one team to win here or on Pooky. Because you can't realistically back Vallecano to win. They've won 8% at home. Their overall form is they've not won at all in the last 5. That's overall. And then in their last 5 home games, they haven't won at all. And then equally, CAPPED have not won either, but they've been drawing and losing. I think this is a draw, personally. 0.92 scored at home, 1.75 conceded. But they're going up against a team that have only scored 0.46 away from home. Both teams have a low percentage for clean sheets away. The big difference here is that CAPPED have really failed to score a lot. They've actually failed to score in 62% of their away games. So probably the 1-0 or the 1-1 is the feeling I'm getting from this game here. And look, probably 1-0 or 1-1. If I go on to this game here on Pooky, yeah, does 1-1 get more predicted points than a 2-0? I would honestly do a 1-1. What's the 1-0? How much does 1-0 get? I bet 1-0 doesn't give you a lot. We're going to do it now as well. One 0 gives you 110 base points, and then the 2-0 gives you 140, but the 1-1 gives 148. I would do the 1-1. Personally, that's what I would do in this game here. There's a history of draws between these teams, which indicates that there's not a big difference between these two teams historically. In the recent form, they have exactly the same form. So they both haven't won. They're both drawing and losing roughly the same. It's a game that both really need to win as well, from the looks of it. Especially CAPPED here, look. I mean, Velicano are not actually safe at the moment. CAPPED can't really afford to lose it. They need to get something out of this here so that they don't fall further behind Celta. I think this is going to be a draw. That's what I would personally do. I think both teams can score one. I just don't think I'd feel confident that both teams can score more than one, or that any one team could score more than one. And look at this here. Look at their form. I just don't think you can realistically back any one team to win. But I think the draw is possible here. So I would do 1-1. This is your last straw. Yeah, you did say that before. You're getting frustrated, aren't you, with the Liga? I hope we can help you, though, to come out with it with a good win. You know, hello also to Mark Gork as well. How you doing, man? Servus to you. Yeah, if I was in your position, Connor, honestly, I would do a 1-1. And luckily for me, if I was going to do it, which I'm not, but I would have, you know, a 1-1 sticker here as well. So then I would try and squeeze even more points out of this here. I think 148 points is not a lot. So you could even argue, I mean, the 2-2 is always going to be a lot, but it's not going to be 2-2. You could even argue that there's a potential it could be 0-0, but I think I would actually back both teams to score here. 1-1. Yeah. Thank you for that. We've not done one of those in a while at Timo Pooky, so it was actually quite good to have a little gander at two teams in isolation and look at the stats and stuff as well. We might as well, whilst we're here on Pooky, we might as well not do our predictions because we've already done them. But what we need to do is we need to have a little look and see whether we need to update any of our predictions. And then we can have a little bit of a talk about Pooky as well. The one thing I do want to check is how many stickers are left now. Wow. There's only one sticker pack left. They only dropped these yesterday. So they only released the new sticker packs yesterday, and they have already sold out, apart from one, the booster pack. How amazing is that? Just shows you there's so much demand for the stickers, like huge demand for the stickers at the moment. Like these are selling out a lot quicker than the Pooky Balls are. Of course, they're cheaper in many ways. A lot of them are anyway. But it's great to see the mega packs sell out because they had a discount on that for the first time. So yeah, really good. This will sell out as well eventually because there'll be a manager that will think, okay, I need to get some additional stickers, and this is actually quite a good pack because you get a ton of stickers in there. I think even Sipperty, I don't know if Sipperty's still in here, but Sipperty bought himself a booster pack. And in the booster pack, he got an epic Real Madrid. He got an epic Real Madrid, which I think is brilliant. There he is in here. Perfect. So yeah, Sipperty bought the booster pack. He'd been saving up for a while. He'd been saving up the winnings that he'd been getting from the game weeks, and he put it towards a booster pack, and it really paid off for him. What was the rare you got? I can't remember the rare you got. But I think the rare was okay too, wasn't it? But the epic that he pulled right at the end was like, wow, amazing. Of all clubs to get, he gets an epic Real Madrid. Yeah, he got the epic Real Madrid. There's only 3 of them in the game, Mark. There's only 3. Did anybody pick up a sticker pack this week at all? Did they already do the changes where you can't just predict the same score all the time? No, they haven't. But they are going to be doing it soon. Yeah. Mark got one. You got the common Napoli and the Roma. And then Mark got an epic, which was Valencia. I'm so jealous of you guys that were able to buy a sticker pack this week. I wasn't able to do it. I don't have the funds to do it in my wallet here. But I think the next game week we'll pick up another starter pack, and then of course we'll use the stickers from that starter pack to put towards giving out to you guys in the Beat the Base weekly series that we do. How many Pokeballs are left as well? Damn. Okay, I didn't see how many they released yesterday, but they tend to release between 90 and 100 every week now. So if they released 100, that's 35 that have already sold. That's good. That's really good. That's quick for Pooky. It's good to see. It's really good to see that more and more people are turning their eyes to Pooky because it's so good. We know it's so good for the ROI, the sustainability of the game, the rewards that you can get from it. It's a fun game. I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I think at the moment as well, this is the other point to keep in mind. At the moment, the costs of buying the Pokeballs are at some of their lowest that they've ever been. Like 25 Matic is low, is really low for a common. I think we've seen the commons get to 30, 35 in the past before. So the fact it's at 25 now is a great opportunity to pick one up, guys. So again, the link's in the chat. Please do use it if you want to check out this game and you want to start winning money every week from predicting on football without actually risking losing your money. Yeah. We had Pooky in the chat recently. We done a stream with them, Sipperty, and we were kind of saying to them that it's great. We're looking forward to the updates which they're working on, which are coming soon into the game. And I also said to them, like, I really want them to add some kind of like a daily mode, because there's also a thing with this game where it's fun, but there's also a situation with this game, right? And you probably know it yourself, where you can wait a week to get the energy, and then you can spend all the energy in like 5 minutes, and then you almost don't have anything else to do in the game. You're just then waiting for the games to play, and then you're waiting for the next week so you can get your new energy again. Whereas actually, I would love to be able to be playing this game more on a daily basis if they had some kind of like a daily game mode. And I kind of said to them, like, is it possible that you guys could look into maybe an extra energy system? So this would be your weekly energy, but then you get some daily energy that refreshes every day, of course, right? And then you play a different type of game mode where you spend that daily energy, which keeps you coming back every day and just keeps it nice and fresh. And so They couldn't really, there were some things they couldn't really say, but they said that they are looking at adding in something that will give you more to do. And there's also lots of other changes which are coming, which sound really positive. So yeah, hopefully we get more to do, because I would love to spend more time on Pooky. I really would. And we've almost found too smart a method to predict on Pooky. You know what I mean? It's not too smart because it's actually a really dumb way to do it. But we've found a way to predict smartly on Pooky where we don't need to spend a lot of time per game week, but then we're getting a ton of money out of it every game week. And so that's like almost a perfect scenario. You spend literally no time, you win a ton of money. And now we found that it's really difficult for us to almost play the game in a different way, even though it would be quite cool to do so as well. Yeah, true. And make a better one than Rivals, yeah. Go on then. Yeah. Go on then, Mark. So Mark Gork is going to open the last of his sticker pack. He says he might buy it and can send his screen across via Discord. Go on then. Let's do it. I'm keen to see what you get. So if you buy it, I'll definitely bring it. And if you put it in the Discord, I'll definitely then bring it up on the stream so we can see what Mark got. Because he's thinking about getting the last pack here. There's one more pack, and he's basically saying, look, if he buys the last pack, do we want to see what he gets? And hell yeah, we want to see what he gets from the last pack. So yeah, he's going to buy it. Awesome. That's so cool. It's so cool that we've got someone that's going to do that live on the stream. So we're going to give Mark a couple of minutes here. So he's going to buy it, then open it up, and then share what he gets from it, which is really cool. And then we'll bring it up. So don't tell us at all, Mark. When you open it, don't tell us at all. And then, yeah, we'll just, we'll dive in and we'll see what you get. So cool. So yeah, if you wanted to get the last pack, you better be quick because Mark is about to pick it up. and then you'll have to wait about a week until you can buy another pack of stickers directly from Pooky. Whilst he's doing that, what we will do is we will go into our predictions here. Now, I've been a little bit boring this game week because I've just simply done the same score for both leagues that I've predicted in. Sometimes I will do a different score for the different league, but this week I decided to do 3-2 all in the German league, okay? And then the other league that I predicted in was the USA League, and I also decided to do 3-2 there as well. So, again, it might be a little bit boring, but it's also super fun for me if we can get a couple of 3-2s that do turn up, because then our game week will look amazing. And again, it took like 2 minutes for us to do this here. This is the great thing about this game. You actually don't need to spend any time really in this game. You could do this game in 2 minutes. You could also play this game for 2 hours if you wanted to. But the strategy that we're running at the moment is that we're not trying to target as many exact scores as we can. That technically is the name of the game, where you're trying to get as many of these scores, as many of these games as possible, 100% correct. That technically, in theory, should be what you're trying to do. But we're kind of not doing that because we, as I say, we've kind of found this slightly different strategy that actually works amazing in the current format of the game, which Pooky are going to change so that we can't do it as much anymore. So it's also another reason why I keep doing it now, because at some point, it's almost going to be like what happened in Sorare with the Threshold, where it was $50 that you could win, and then they switched it, and now you can't win $50. At the moment, we're able to win a lot from not really putting a lot of effort or knowledge or skill in, but they know that, and they know that others are doing it, And they're going to be adding some changes in soon that will mean that we probably won't be able to do this as often, if at all. So whilst we can, we are going to do it. So yeah, we've done 3-2 here again. So what we're going to do is we are going to check our predictions and we're going to update them to try and squeeze more points that we can get out of the game week. Free Tip Scout, sorry I was a bit out last days. This is from Railbird. Saw the update on Sorare and was shocked. I'm sure you already told your opinion often, but you can sum it up quick. What I would recommend you do is if you go over to my YouTube channel, I still haven't done it, so sorry guys, I will do that tonight. What I need to do is I need to set up a command so that you guys can easily find my YouTube, but you can find my YouTube channel if you go into my Twitch channel, and then you go into the About section. In the About section, there's a link that will take you directly to my YouTube. And then basically on my YouTube, there is a video. I guess I could bring it up right now, but I think let's do it now. Maybe it'd just be easier, right? View your channel. Okay. So the video that you want is actually this one here. Okay. This one that says the highlights. Are you ready for the biggest Sorare update? Yeah. And we kind of cover the main points of the update. And I give you my opinions on the main areas of the update too. My overall, real quick opinion of the update is I really like it. I think it's great. I think it makes a lot more sense and is actually a lot more rewarding because it really was so twisted that you could win a lot more with 280 points and you could win with like 380, 400 points in some cases, right? So the threshold change is always going to happen. I don't like at all, and I've mentioned this on the day and I've mentioned it ever since, I really don't like it. And I even told Sorare this as well. I really don't like it that Sorare made the change to threshold basically within like 10 days. So they said, this is what we're doing. And then it was like the next week, that change was then coming into effect. I thought that this was so poor. And unfortunately, it kind of felt like Sorare were doing the things that we thought they had grown out of, because they were doing this kind of thing where they were just making big changes to the game and not giving enough notice. And a lot of people had built their galleries for threshold, which is fine. And they get it that they would probably have to rebuild. But I think giving people like less than a month, even a month would have technically been too low a notice. But they basically said, this is what it's going to be. And then next week, this is what it is. And I was like, fucking hell, that is so poor. And I even told Sorare that as well. I said, look, guys, it's not on. I don't like it. And to be honest with you, I got a real bullshit answer, in my opinion, as to why they done it. It was kind of an answer that said it was a little bit out of their control. And I was like, bullshit. I don't like that. You control the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's your game. And obviously they've been thinking about changing the threshold for a while. So it's been something that's been in the pipeline and been in the works for a while, but then they just decided to give people really poor notice. So that was the only thing I didn't like about the update. Everything else, I did really like it. It's a big change though. It's a big overhaul. So I think a lot of managers were quite stunned as to the significant changes that were happening. But to be honest with you as well, the game needed it. The game's in such a bad position, like that it needed an overhaul. It didn't need like a little bandage on it, a little plaster. It needed a full surgery job to try now and lay good foundations for the game going forward. And I think that's what we're going to get. They change every 2 months. Their complete roadmap don't secure the investments of the people. Yeah, well, I actually agree with you, Railbird. One of the things that I think will start to hurt Sorare in the future, if it continues, is that it's okay if you're going to say, we're going to make a massive change to the game and we feel that this is going to be a big positive now for the game, for you, the users, and just for everyone connected to Sorare. So it's okay if you want to make this big overhaul and then you have a plan and you kind of like you lay it out and you say, this is what's going to happen, right? But what can't happen anymore is that Sorare can't do all of this, right? And then say in 6 months' time or a year's time, they then completely change the game again. There's been far too many changes which have happened. And they haven't been changes which have been evolving what they've already got. That's the difference, right? It's actually okay if you make loads of changes over 18 months, which are just progressively evolving and updating the game, taking it in the same direction. But what we've seen over the last 2-3 years or so is that Sorare have been making changes as they're almost searching. They're almost just trying to still work out, what is this game? What should it be? Like, they're trying to find the identity to this game. And they spent the last 2.5-3 years doing it. And I don't think we've still seen Sorare now at the point where they definitely know what they want from this game. And that's been the problem, is that the users that have been in on the game for the last 2 or 3 years have then suffered from Sorare going this way for 3 months or so, and then completely backtracking and doing something completely different and going in the other direction. And then they've been saying, we're going here. And then the next 3 months passes or 6 months, and they're like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. We're now going over here. And that doesn't build trust at all. So I think a lot of managers have kind of been frustrated with the constant chopping and changing. And they have committed now, Sorare, that there is only going to be these 2 windows where they make those types of big changes, which is great. But I think also what we're hoping for is that, like, the change is going to happen in August, right? The big change is going to be fully implemented in August. And then what we're hoping is then that in February, because that's then the next window, the next change window, what you would hope is that then in February, the following change window, they're not going to turn around and then say, all of that we've just done, we're now going to do something completely different. And if they did do that, I think that personally, it would be a killer blow for the game, because it would then confirm a lot of suspicions for people that Sorare don't really know what they're doing, or they don't have a clear idea of what they're doing with the game. So they have a lot of the benefit of the doubt here now. They've got a lot of goodwill and patience that people have given them. Now what they need to do is implement this vision and give it the time that it needs, and make sure that they don't make any more radical changes which almost backtrack what they have just laid out for the next 6 months or so. The stickers are ready. Okay, perfect. Cool. So, Mark Gork has just bought the last booster pack. If we refresh the page, we should see it's sold out, and it is sold out. So Mark Gork has just sold out the packs now for Pooky. That's it. There's no more available. Yes. Yes, this was coming today. The auction tab on iOS mobile. Yeah. We'll touch on that in a bit. Thanks for reminding me, Scuds. You'll need to join a Discord voice call so we can stream it, I believe. I thought what you were going to do was, I thought you were going to post the pictures. No? How are we doing this, Mark? Are you posting the pictures, or then I just jump into Discord? You're live in the call on Discord. Okay, cool. All right. So let's see if we can do it then. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Let's do it then. So can we bring this up on the big screen? You guys can't see it either. Hold on a minute. Let me jump over to Discord really quickly. All right. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to make this screen bigger. If we We join the voice call? And can we make this bigger? Let's make this on the full screen, right? Okay. Are we connected now? You guys can still hear me, right? In the stream. Hopefully you guys, can you guys still hear me? You can still hear me, right? And then we've got basically Mark live on the stream who's going to open the pack for us. Click the two little people to make it bigger. What do you mean? Don't want to do that. Oh, we need to hide the members. Oh, I'm with you. Okay, there we go. I'm with you. All right, Mark. Mark, it's over to you. Good luck, man. Good luck. Thank you for offering to do this. It's quite cool. Let's see what he gets. So this is the last booster pack on Pooky. Oh, exciting times here. So this is going to be the common. He gets a common Monaco, which is pretty cool. Okay. Here we go. We take a common Monaco. This is the other common. Common Lille. That's also pretty good. So two decent clubs there to start with. Okay. What's he got now? The next common is a 1-0. The 1-0's pretty good. 1-0. So far, I don't think he's had a bad sticker, has he? Oh, he's got Firenze. Okay, so Fiorentina. Honestly, he's smashing it, no? He's doing really good. I don't think he's had a bad sticker so far. What's this one? There we go. Bournemouth. It's a Premier League sticker, though. Not the greatest, but it's a Premier League sticker. We take it. And then the next common is an exact score. Ooh, that's good. That's probably one of the areas that people don't do so well in on Pooky. So getting an extra boost is going to be really good. The next one is Genoa. Okay, that's okay. Right, we're getting on to the good stuff now. So this is the other common. How many commons do you get in here? Everton. Go on then. This is amazing. This is an incredible pack. Right, this is the one that counts. Well, this is the epic, no? I think this is the one that counts, right? He gets Wolves. He gets an epic Wolves, so he gets an epic Premier League club, which I think is actually pretty cool. There's only one in circulation, look. There's only one in circulation. So if he wanted to, he could sell this for mad amounts of money to a Wolves fan out there. And then this one is the rare, isn't it? So this is going to be the rare. This will be an interesting one. And he gets Freiburg. So we got a load of clubs there. This was like a mad club pack. I think he got about, what, 7 or 8 clubs in there, didn't he? And got Monaco, Lille, Fiorentina, Bournemouth. So that's 4. Then Genoa, 5. Everton, 6. Wolves, 7. Freiburg, 8. It was like a pure club pack, that one. Also with an exact score and then a 1-0. I think he done really well. Mark, what do you reckon? Are you happy with that? I think that's really good. Are you going to be looking to sell any of them at all? What does a club sticker do? A club sticker gives you a boost on the actual club. So if you have a Monaco sticker and then you predict on a game that Monaco are in, you're going to get an additional boost from it. What are we going to do with the Wolves sticker, Mark? Are you going to be looking to sell it or keep it? Because the fact there's only one of them, I think I'd be tempted to sell that one. I'm sure there's going to be somebody out there who's a Wolves fan that would like an epic. The booster pack was, I think, about 140 Matic, something like that. Some will be sold, some will be burnt. Not sure how about Wolves. Probably good to sell. Yeah, I probably would be selling that one. And then, yeah, it's 140 Matic, guys. So pretty cool. Well done. Honestly, well done, Mark. I think you've done great there. I think it was a good pull. I like the 1-0 and I like the exact score that you got too. Especially the 1-0. I think the 1-0 could be very valuable in leagues like the Argentinian league. Even the Brazilian league will have quite a few 1-0s too. So that could be quite a powerful sticker. Even though it's a common, I think that could be a useful one. What was the percentage on the 1-0? Maybe Mark can tell us that. Do we have any insight on if there'll ever be a trading market? There will be, but they don't have any plans, I think, this year, Scuds, to create the trading market. I think they're looking at the back end of this year, but most likely 2025. Yeah. I wanted to click on the screen to check it. I know. Can you bring it up, Mark? Can you bring the card up at all? Are you still live with us right now? You are, right? Can you? Yeah, he's going to bring it up so we can check it. Bloody hell! Look at all the POC tokens he's got. And look at the amount of ETH he's got. Not ETH. The amount of Matic he's got in there. Mammoth amount. So there you go. This is the Wolves one where he'd get an additional 40.25. Well, I think the guys wanted to know about the percentage, right, on the 1-0. I think the percentage on the 1-0. This is huge though. I love the fact that this is the only one in the game. It's so huge that it's like the only one because it just gives you a great opportunity to sell it for huge amounts, right? But also the fact that you could use it too, and then you know that there's not anyone else out there that is going to have an epic wall. So if walls do really well, you're going to be able to get huge amounts of points from having the only epic on them. All right, end the screen. Thank you for showing us, man. Appreciate that. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that was cool. That was really good, man. Okay, let's send it back as well. All right, cool. So, that's definitely giving me FOMO. I don't know about you guys, but I would love to be able to have some more stickers. I don't have enough. And I give most of my stickers away to you guys, as you know. Just as a reminder, as we're talking about stickers, the sticker that we're going to give away this week was, funny enough, the Monaco sticker. So we are giving this one away, the Monaco sticker. So if you do want to win a sticker this week, now that there's no more stickers available to buy, and you want to have a chance of winning one, you need to play Pooky this week. And the league that you need to predict in is the Japanese league. Okay? Predict in the Japanese league this week, and you will have a chance of winning the Monaco sticker. This one over here. Okay? Whoever gets the highest base score. Okay? Really important. It's not the boosted score. It's the base score, which is why the series is called Beat the Base. And the way that it works is that you just basically need to try and be as accurate as you can. Okay? That's as simple a way of explaining it as I can. That if you can get as many exact scores as possible, then you will most likely finish top of the leaderboard. And then I will give you a sticker to reward you for being the most accurate predictor. Now, you do need to have a Pooky Ball in order to predict in the Japanese league, right? That's really important. We're not doing it for free-to-play users. You must have an actual Pooky Ball to predict, right? And to join this series that I'm doing. Of course, if you have a Pooky Ball, you can play it as per normal, and you will also be able to win money just from being really good at predicting and getting a lot of points, right? But you need to have a Pooky Ball to predict and to play and beat the base, and you can get one at the moment because there are enough of them available. There's 65. And again, you want to make sure you use the link, guys. There's the link again. That will give you a discount off your first purchase in the game. You also need to add me as a rival. So in order to play and beat the base, you must go and add me as a rival. Really easy to do. Top right, click the little man icon. Click on my rivals there and then do add rival. And then add me as Free Tip Scout. Like that. Once you do that, you will be able to place in and rank on my rivals leaderboard. And that's where I pick the winner from. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into our predictions for the German League. And we're going to see if we can squeeze more points out of our predictions for the game week. So the game week doesn't start until Friday. But the way that the scoring works in Pooky is that it calculates the points based off the odds which bookmakers give to these outcomes, okay, to this score. And so because the odds are always changing, it's a good habit to get into if you're playing Pooky. It's a good habit to get into where every day you maybe just log in for like 5 minutes or something, and you go through the predictions that you've already put in, and you check your scores to see whether the scores are going up or down. If the scores are going down, you don't need to do anything. As in, like, if the projected points that you could get are going down, you don't need to do anything because you've already locked in points higher. So let me show you. If we go into Bayern versus Freiburg here, you can see that at the moment, we have locked in a prediction that is going to give us 578.6, right? We've already locked it in, okay? We put the prediction in, and it gave us that amount of points, okay? If we were to do this prediction today from fresh for the same score, we would only get 571. So it's gone down. And of course, we do not want to update our prediction so we get even less points, right? So we're going to keep it. We don't do anything at all. We don't touch it. So red arrow means don't touch. Green arrow means think about updating your prediction. And depending on how much energy you have in, like, saved up there that you haven't used to make the predictions, that will determine whether you update predictions for an additional 1 point or 2 points or 5 or 10, whatever it is, right? The way that I do it is that I usually update my predictions if there are 5 points to be gained, okay? If there's only 3 points or 2 points, I'm not going to spend 2 energy to update my prediction for an extra 2 or 3 points. But for 5, I will do it for 5 and above. So we don't need to do anything here. But then what we'll do is we'll check the other ones, okay? So this has gone down to, great. If it's going down, it's a good sign. If it's going up, it's not good. If you don't see red or green, then the odds have not changed at all, okay? So when you predicted this score and locked it in for 783, if that was 2 days ago, the odds have stayed exactly the same, okay? If we go and have a look at the rest here, this is also red. This is red too, so that's good. Okay, this is a good example. Bochum Leipzig. The odds for this have changed massively, which now means that if we were going to update our prediction and spend the 2 energy to update it, rather than us get 721 for this possible scoreline, if this score came off, we would get 739 if we updated the prediction. We are absolutely going to update the prediction to get an additional 17 possible points from the boosted, okay? So we simply just do update prediction for 2, boom, done. So now we're going to be getting the new improved, look, 739.7, whereas before we were only getting 720. Now keep in mind, we're only going to get this right if it turns out to be 3-2 exactly. But even if it doesn't turn out to be 3-2 exactly, we're still going to get more points than what we would have had if we had not changed it, okay? So we're going to look at this one too. This one has gone up by a lot as well. So rather than us win a possible 765.4, if we update the prediction for 2 energy, we're going to be able to get 777 potential. So we're going to do it. Update the prediction. Yeah, want to add some of you guys as rivals? Do share your rivals' names, guys, your Pooky names, so that you guys can add each other. And Stuttgart's down by 100 for you. Wow. This one here has gone down, so we don't need to touch it. And then This one has stayed the same. So we've only had to spend 4 energy. Most of our predictions, we locked in points at the highest we could. So we don't need to do anything apart from we just updated 2. And now for the for the USA League, Free Tit Scout, what would be a good strategy if we have small energy? I don't have enough energy to update. If you don't have enough extra leftover energy, then don't worry about updating, okay? If you've only got 100 or 120 or whatever, if you've got a low amount of energy, don't think about updating your predictions, okay? The reason why I can do it is because I can predict 2 leagues in a game week and then have a little bit of energy left over, which allows me then to either update the predictions or pay some of that energy forward into the next game week. So when we had 24, obviously it costs 10 energy per prediction, right? So we could technically pay 20 into the next game week so we can get a start on predicting in another league for the, game week 68, right? But we would have 4 energy left over. And the 4 energy, of course, is not enough to make a full prediction. So we would have already had 4 energy to update predictions. So basically, if you have excess energy left over and it's not enough to make a full prediction, maybe you've only got like 4 or 6 or 8 energy left over, then use that energy to update your predictions, right? Because otherwise you lose it. Here, what you can see is that we've got 20 energy left over. So now we're kind of in a position where we almost don't want to update any more predictions because that extra 20, we could start to pay forward into game week 68 so we can predict 2, right? Which then means that we have the possibility of maybe predicting more next week because there's also the Europa League. So we could possibly even do this here. We could pay 20 into here, and then next week when we get our new energy, we would then have to pay only 60 from that to then fully complete this one. And then at the same time, we could still then probably do the German League and also the USA League. So we're we're at a bit of a dilemma where if I go through my USA League here, if I spot quite a lot of predictions that need updating, then I will probably spend the energy to update them. Then it means that I can't do 2 predictions next week, right? So you really have to weigh it up based on how much you can afford to spend on updating. I have 148 energy every game week. I play Bundesliga every game week, costs 90. An update by 4 predictions and save 50. No, in the second week, I can play both Bundesliga and EPL. Cool. I like that. It's a good strategy, man. Yeah. If you can save a huge amount that allows you to play every other game week, like an additional full league, then that's the way to do it. If we look at our predictions here, I'm hoping that most of them are going to be down. Okay. So far, so good. The other thing that we have to consider is that so this one's gone up, but it's only gone up by 3. I'm not going to spend 2 to update by 3. But the other thing we need to consider is that if we do spend 10 energy in the next game week, then we know that we can then only update an additional 5, or we decide to not update them and we just pay the further 10 forward. So far, so good though, look. We haven't had to update anything here. We locked in our predictions nice and early. This one goes up by 2, but it's not enough for us to spend extra energy on. So at the moment, we've got 20. We can probably spend an additional 10 in the next game week. But it's also probably useful for us to work out if we spend it in the next game week, is it going to be wasted or is it going to contribute towards anything? So if we spend the 10 in here, are we going to be able to predict this one fully, plus the German league, plus the USA league? So this one is going to require 90. This one is going to require 140. Okay. So there in itself, that's going to be a little bit of a problem because we're going to be spending 230. And so then we've only got 246. So if anything, we need to pay 10 forward. And then if we don't pay an additional 10 forward, it's fine. But if we pay 10 forward, it needs to be in these two leagues here because these are the leagues that we are mainly predicting in. Can we take a moment to celebrate the fact that Bitcoin is flying, Ether is flying? Yeah, you guys mentioned it earlier on, didn't you? Let's have a little look. Yeah, it's definitely had a rally, hasn't it? Shot up a lot. Let's look at the day here. Wow. So this is the price graph for one day. Pretty good. Let's look at the last week. Yeah, I mean, the last week it's really risen, isn't it? So back on February the 22nd, it was, well, February the 21st, it was 2,200. This is the fiat value though, of course, right? Yeah, it's really shot up. What's the other one? You guys are saying Bitcoin. Let's have a look at Bitcoin then. If my computer will allow me to. Kind of was freezing up there. I can't see Bitcoin here, but let's type it in. There we go. Okay, wow. Let's look at the last week here for Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's really gone up, hasn't it? Damn. God, Bitcoin 2 days ago was at 40,000. 40,500. That was 2 days ago. And yeah, now it's like 7,000 more. That's incredible. What's the reason for this? Does anybody know? What's the reason it's flying? I mean, we knew that there was going to be a potential another bit of a boom happening anyway, because it had been in a bear market for so long. But has there been anything specifically that's triggered this here? Trump Bitcoin. I mean, it's obviously amazing if you've got money in these assets, right? That they've just overnight. I mean, look, for the last week, Bitcoin is up by 20%, which is incredible. It's really good. Yeah, it's called the leap year. This is something that Scuzz TV mentioned. This was talked about in the feedback group early this morning, so I knew this was coming. I don't have an iOS, okay? I don't have an iPhone, so this doesn't affect me, and it's over my head. But if you have iOS, then you can now use the auction tab in the app. And that allows you just on the go to be taking part in auctions. the way that they've laid it out apparently is slightly differently. And I think it's all explained here. Is it? Not really. Yeah. So apparently there's a slightly different, it looks slightly different on the iOS than it does to Android. And the reason for that is because there was a lot more restrictions that Apple put on this than Android did. And so Sorare kind of had to change the wording. They had to change certain parts of the layout to conform to, like, basically that what the demands were from Apple to sign off on the app. So that's why it might look a bit different. If you've just been using iOS, then it won't necessarily look different because this will just look the way it should do. But if you've been using Android on mobile to do market activity and you then go on to iOS, apparently it's going to look a little bit different, but the functionality still works exactly the same. So there you go. Just thought we'd touch on that. Let's go back to Pooky here, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay some energy forward. Yeah, I'm kind of the same too, especially that it's iOS and I don't even have iOS. It doesn't really matter to me. I tell you what, we need to look at how much are the stock tokens now with all the prices surging on crypto. Okay, so it's still hovering. Wow, it did have a big explosion, didn't it? This was when? This is in the last day. It had a big explosion. I'm quite interested to keep an eye on this because I know a few people have held on to like their tokens that they got, and they're kind of hoping that it's going to hit like mad highs, right? I obviously sold all mine, and you guys saw that I'd done that last week, and I have no regrets at all. I'm happy that we sold it. I've already used the money, some of it in Sorare and some of it I've just banked, so I've got no regrets at all. But yeah, I would like to keep an eye on it just to see whether it does explode or not. It is, yeah. I thought that it could go a little bit lower, but it seems to have stabilized at just under $2 now. It's probably quite good for the managers that were only able to redeem their stock tokens a little bit later. Because I remember for me, I was almost panicking, thinking, shit, like we need to get our money out of this before it goes all the way down to zero. Because the way it was going when we were trying to do it was that it was crashing hard, wasn't it, on the first day that it was released? And I was just like, wow, there could almost be no bottom to this here at all. But yeah, luckily for those that haven't been able to do it yet, it's actually at a good price now of around 2. You got 0 tokens, Twisted. Oh no. You weren't active enough then during the time that you needed to be. Okay, let's pay 10 forward. So it then means that, we've got a little bit extra to spread elsewhere next game week. I'm going to pay it forward into... Going to pay it forward, I think, into the German league. This one starts on March the 9th. This one starts on Friday, March the 8th. Okay. Stuttgart Union Berlin. Right. You know what I think we're going to do? I think this is what we're going to do for Game Week 68, okay? We're going to take a bit of a leaf out of Twitch Gaming's book here. We're going to... Yeah, I think we are going to do that. I'm just looking at the fixtures now. I actually think that this is probably the perfect game week for us to do an all 3-1. So for the next game week, not the live game week, so not this weekend, but the weekend after, I think what we're going to do, because this starts in 9 days' time, is we're going to do 3-1 for every single prediction. We're going to use our German ball. This is quite a good ball because we have the Stuttgart sticker on it as well. And of course, this is for Stuttgart. So I think we're going to do 3-1 here. And then I'm not going to spend the remaining 10 because I could start to predict on this one too. But I'm just going to hold off because there might be a significant change on my predictions before the game week starts. So maybe, one of these just like immediately shoots up by an extra 100. We have seen it before where, like there's a big difference in the amount of points you can get. And we've not often, but in the past, we might have spent all of our energy too soon. And so then like a difference of 100 is significant. And we want to make sure that we don't miss out on that. If there are no predictions that change significantly, then we can just pay the extra 10 forward into the next game week. But we want to try and save some so that, we can just try and squeeze out as many points as we can before the game week actually starts in Pooky. And missing out on 20 or 30 or even 5 or 6 can be quite a big difference. So that's what we're going to do. I didn't realize that about the changing figures and the updating of predictions. So you've given me something to check on a daily basis. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that, Sipati. Yeah. The thing to keep in mind actually is that Pooky did make an update where if you predict with, say, let's take this example. If we use this Pooky ball to predict, right, and we put the prediction in at level 58, but then we updated, we leveled up our Pooky ball to level 59 or level 60 or whatever, right? In the past, you would need to basically like do it again. So refresh the prediction so that it would then pull in the updated Pooky ball stats, right? But they changed it so that you don't have to do that. So you can just level up your Pooky balls and then it's going to automatically pull in the updated attributes for them, right? But they've still left it, and they should leave it. They've still left it so that the points will always change and you'll just have to keep an eye on it based on how the odds are changing. And of course, if you put the time in to keep an eye on it, you will be able to climb extra positions higher up the leaderboard just from being on the ball and making sure that you lock in extra points where you can. So yeah, I hope that that's something that not just I know Sipati said that he didn't realize about that, but I hope that you guys should also try and do it too. Because trust me when I say, if you do it, you will climb higher in the leaderboard. Because there will be managers out there that won't be doing it, right? So they'll be missing out on getting extra points, whereas you will be getting extra points here. And then, of course, if the prediction pays off for you, it's going to pay off big for you. Yeah, Pokeballs. It is a bit like Pokemon, isn't it? It feels like it. I was going to do, I might still do it, but I was going to do a bit of a Pokemon style Pooky tournament, right? It was an idea that I have for a series, but it's something that I will do potentially later on. I think at the moment, it's difficult enough to get the traction on the Pooky series that we're doing, the Beat the Base. I think it's good. We do it every week, but it's not quite as big as what I would like it to be. So before we start doing another Pooky series, we need to make sure that the one we're doing already gets to a good level, and then we can maybe think about doing something else. But yeah, it's been on my mind. I even have like in my head how I would design it, like the thumbnail and whatnot to promote it. Yeah, it's almost like Pooky battles, you know. Free Tip Scout, I'm not having a lot of success in League One despite having a PSG ball. What should I do? Keep grinding in League One. How are you predicting? If you're not having a lot of success, then what strategy are you using every week to predict in League One? We'll just double check everything here. Okay. Who let the dogs out? Luca Ragnar! What a pleasant surprise, my friend. Thank you so much for jumping in and bringing a party of 19 to the channel. Luca Ragnar makes his long-awaited return. We haven't seen him in a while, so it's so nice to see you, man. How's everything going, Luca? I'm also going to give Luca a bit of a shout-out here. I can, if my stream allows me to. It always seems to play up when I want to do it. And it is playing up right now. But yeah, Luca Ragnar, thank you so much, man. Let me try and sort this out. Oh my God, it's just not working, is it? Guys, go and check out his stream if you can. Let me type his name in here. I love my Stream Deck. It's amazing. And actually, I have to give a shout out again to Sippity. Because Sippity, not a lot of you guys know this, but Sippity actually, he actually was very generous way back in the, when was it? About nearly a year ago now, I think. And he just has been enjoying the content so much. He's been a big supporter for me for a while. And he offered to buy me something for my stream, which was the Stream Deck. And it's amazing. I love it. The Stream Deck's perfect. It's just the software that I've got on it sometimes that I have to try and fix plays up from time to time. I could upgrade it, but I love it so much that you bought it for me that I kind of keep it. I like it, man. There you go. There's Luca's channel as well in the chat. Yeah, I love it, man. It fits my workspace well too. So it's not too big. It's perfect. I love it, man. It's so good. I think unless it breaks, I'll probably just keep running with this one. I've got it all set up the way I need it to as well. Just runs perfectly, man. So again, thank you so much, man. Some weeks I use stats, some weeks I use single score strategy. Okay. Let's go into League One. 1 second. I'm going to tell you what I think you should do, Arthur. And if it ends up being successful, you're going to give me all of your pooky balls, including the PSG one. Right? That sounds fair. No, I'm going to tell you what I would do. If I was in your position, if I had a PSG ball, it sounds like you are kind of caught in between two minds where every now and then you do like a proper strategy where you try and get the right scores, and every now and then you switch it, but you haven't quite been able to find success with either. So what I would do is I would look at all the games which are happening. So Monaco, PSG, Reims, Lille, Clermont, Marseille, Toulouse, Nice here, Brest, Le Havre, Montpellier, Strasbourg, Nantes, Metz, Rennes, Lorient, Lyon, Lens. Perfect. Okay. Here's what I would do. This weekend for me in the League One looks like a 2-1 scoreline. So what I would do is I would put 2-1 in for every single prediction here with your ball. I would probably do something like this here. 2-1, right, with your PSG ball. And then for this one here, Reims versus Lille. I don't know the form of Lille at the moment. I think Lille have been doing quite good. Reims have been a little bit poor. You could look into that and then decide which one you want to do 2-1. I would tend to favour the home team here, but I think that Lille could give them some problems. So you might want to switch that one around. But again, I think that one would be like a 2-1. And then Clermont, Marseille, I think you want to be doing something like that. You could be different. You could do that. Back the home team for a real upset there. I think probably it's going to be more like that. And then so on and so on, right? I think you get the point. Like here, for example, Toulouse, Nice, you want to be doing something like that, I think. Now, you're not going to be getting mad amounts of points, but I think you do actually have this weekend with these fixtures. I think there is a good chance that you could get a couple of exact scores here. I think you could do, and especially with the fact you have a French ball, you don't even need to go too crazy with the scores that you're trying to do, because your French ball is already going to be giving you like additional like bonus from the league. So you're going to be getting what, an additional 10%. So that's what I would do. I would do all 2-1 here. Keep it nice and simple, and just predict on, decide whether you want to do 2-1 for the home or away team. I think most of the games here, from looking at it, like Nantes versus Metz, for example, you want to probably be doing 2-1 there at home. I think most of these fixtures, you probably do want to be backing 2-1 at home. I have 5 new Premier League cards in my gallery. Is it a good idea, in your opinion, if you want to look? Shall we have a look? Let's have a little look. Let's bring up Luca Ragnar. Let's bring up his gallery. Luca Ragnar 90. He says he's just picked up 5. So, okay, so McAllister, Heung-min Son, Pickford, Virgil van Dijk, and then Pascal Gross. Now, I would say, wow, Pickford is £75 in the limited. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Guys, do you remember when we were talking about Pickford, and Pickford was like £30, £35? And I was saying that this was a really good time to pick up Pickford. £75? Holy shit. I've got to be honest with you, I don't think that is a good price at all. I think it's a good pickup per se, because it's Pickford and I like him. Of course, he's the number 1 for England as well. I think this is a lot. I think this is expensive. I think you overpaid potentially here. But Virgil van Dijk's very good. Pascal Gross is great. I don't know how much you paid for him there. Heung-min Son's brilliant. McAllister at 47 is pretty good. God, is Pickford really that expensive now? I mean, he must be if you bought him for that. So 65, he's the floor, but that's probably going to be not the new season card, right? No, it's not. And then the new season card is going for 71 at the moment with 5 hours left. It's just insane. I get it, though, because people want to be able to play the Premier League in season, don't they? And, you know, like, he's a goalkeeper that can give you some really good scores, but I just think it's a lot of money to pay for a goalkeeper at this stage of the season that is not going to keep a lot of clean sheets. He doesn't have midweek utility. He is the England number 1, so you get some utility in the summer, but wow. Incredible. I mean, as long as you're happy, that's the main thing. As long as you're happy. Do you remember when we scouted Richarlison at €8? I do, yeah, I do. How much is Richarlison now? It's actually quite interesting for me to look at the Premier League players now, because I don't really tend to look at them on Sorare. So he's up to 14 now. Do you remember as well when we were looking at Richarlison, and we have Richarlison in our cap cheat codes? Do you remember that? Look, if we click on the heart here, look, he's in our cap cheat codes. We added him when he had like an L15 of 34, 35 or something, right? But he was kind of in this period here. And we kind of said, like, he's going to go on a run. And he did go on a run. Really good. I love to see stuff like that, because it kind of makes you think it's good to know that you're not just making it up. Like, you can predict well, and then there's the proof to what you're doing. So, cool. What's the plan, Luca? So you've got the 5 guys here. I'm guessing these 5 guys are to play immediately in the Premier League in season, right? So you're going to be trying to attack the Premier League in season with these 5, because you've got a goalkeeper, a defender, 2 midfielders, and a forward. So you could either then play, you know, like 2 midfielders, or yeah, you can play a mix, right? I mean, I think it's good. I think it's cool, but I've kind of said to a lot of the guys here in the chat that if I didn't have a Premier League collection, I wouldn't be buying one now at this stage of the season with basically 3 months left. But the cash rewards in the Premier League in season are so good that if you do pick up really good players, which you've done, and then they end up doing really well, you could easily get most of this money back, if not all of it back, and some before the end of the season. So, yeah, I hope it works out for you, man. I do. I'll be keen to hear how it goes for you. Can my new team win something in a Premier League competition, in your opinion? I think so. Yeah, I really do. Because you haven't bought bad players. You've actually bought all players that I like here that are solid. Look at Pascal Gross's scoring at the moment. I mean, that is silly, isn't it? Like, he's played the last 4 games. He's got 3 perfect scores of 100 in the last 4 games. What is the guy eating? Like, what is he on? He's like a man possessed at the moment. He's always been that good, but he's never been that good where he scored like 3 100s in 4 games. I mean, that's next level. He's always been that type of player that can do it, but the consistency to do it, and even the bad score that he had in those 4, his bad score was 81, which is incredible. So, good pickups, man. Really good pickups. I'm very interested to hear and to see how it works out for you. Yeah. In fact, actually, just reminding me, we probably need to do a little bit of lineup building, don't we? We've not really touched any lineups at all. We didn't have a stream yesterday, so you guys were not able to see me lineup building, and I haven't really done my lineups properly. So why don't we get a bit of a head start doing it? And we'll see what we're working with for this weekend. Now is the time to sell, free tip scale. I mean, if you bought like a Richarlison, or even if you bought like a Pickford, you know, when we spotted him for 35, if I bought a Pickford for 35 at that time, and I saw that Pickford was now selling for like 75, 80, I'm selling him. I'm selling him straight away. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm selling him for sure. And I get it. There's a really good competition here. There is a really good competition. Premier League in season is amazing. For the prize potential here is insane. But you guys know me. I'm always thinking about Sorare and how the prices can just change at the flick of a button. And if I can make 2 to 2.5 on what I paid for a player, I will usually sell them. So yeah. But my Luton Town collection is unsellable, so we can't sell it. Should we do a few lineups for the weekend? Okay, let's start with, because I feel like this is the game week where the season properly starts for me with my rare players, my rare collection, because I've been waiting patiently to unleash my America team. And most of my American players are South American. So I've had to wait for some of those leagues to start. And most of them now are beginning to start. So we can put a Champion America team together, right? And we can still put a Challenger Europe team together, a strong team for 240, for 220, for All-Star Rare, and then a punty one in 270. So all of the work that we've done over the last 6 months to build the rare collection up, I think has the potential now to pay off for us. So let's go into it. Sipperty, you legend. Thanks so much, man, for jumping in. Honestly, you have no idea how much it means for you to jump in. I know you're always really busy. You have a pretty hectic lifestyle, as in like work-life balance. So whenever you jump in like this, it makes the day for me, man. So thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, and I do hope you picked up a few good ideas today, especially on Pooky. Let us know how it goes for you. Please do let us know how it goes for you this weekend, man. Okay. Right. My Champion America team has the very real potential this weekend to win Champion America. And I do not say that lightly. It has the potential to give us our first ever podium. The potential. This is what I'm thinking for our Champ America team. We're going to have Dominguez in goal. Can I ask a serious question? Go on then. Yeah. You don't have to ask if you have a question. Just ask it. And then we'll pick it up. Dominguez in goal. Then in defense, we have a couple of options here, right? But if we're going to play Dominguez, we are going to play Jose Quintero, who we bought to stack with Dominguez, right? So Quintero, who's a heavy hitter, will go in there. Then as the midfield option, we're then going to play, and we have, again, a few options here. We're going to keep the stack going. We also brought POV so that we could have this Quito triplet. So we're going to put POV in here. Now, up front, we have some good America forwards now up front. We've got the likes of Peter Musa, who's actually not ready to play because he's still waiting for documentation and his green card and whatnot, so that he's given the all clear to play. So we have to be patient with him. But in the future, we'll be able to play Peter Musa in America if we feel like doing that. We've also got Tapia, Garces, and Zampedri. Now, what we technically could do is we could run a team here that has pure Quito at the back and then Universidad Católica up front. It is something that I've been thinking about doing, but we have a load of players from Universidad Católica. So rather than just playing two in here, what I could actually do is I could play 4 outfielder Universidad Católica and then like a goalkeeper. I don't have the Católica goalkeeper. And I think that's what I want to do at the moment. So we're going to put Garces in here, who's going up against Carlos Minucci. They are having a shocking time right now. They're really low down. They've been losing games left, right, and center, conceding lots of goals. And Carlos Garces, who you guys might remember, not only is he one of my main forwards that I scouted and picked up for America specifically, but he was also disgustingly, and I mean disgustingly cheap, about a week and a half ago, where his price dropped down to £7. And I said to everyone on the stream, I don't get it. I was like, guys, I don't get it. There's no reason for this player in rare to drop down to £7 when he is far better than that. So anybody that was able to pick up his rare for £7, I'm telling you now, you absolutely picked up a bargain, because this guy should never be £7, especially at the start of his season. His season has only just started, and yet his price dropped to £7. It was bonkers. It was an absolute madness. And since his price dropped, his price has then risen up again. Obviously, he's now hitting what we know he can do. He's a very, very good player. So he's in good form. We're going to put him in up front against the team that are doing badly. And then as the extra slot, you can see that I've got my Católica guys, but we want to try and play them all together. I've got Cosio, but Cosio is playing for the other team that Garces is probably going to be scoring goals against. So we don't really want to be playing Cosio at all. But look at who we've got waiting in the wing. We've got Michael Huos here. And Michael Hoyos has a game against Delphin. Now, it's the first game of the season, so Delphin could be way more improved, but they're not a strong team, Delphin, at all. And Hoyos plays for arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team, in the Ecuadorian League, Independiente de la Valle. He's very, very good. A lot of people have forgotten about him, but he's the type of player that can hit 80, 90, 100. And he's got a good fixture too. So this team at the moment, not this team, that's Champion America Rare Plus. This team here, we have the captaincy on Quintero for now. I might switch it to Garces, I don't know. I think that this team is really exciting because we've been waiting a while to put a team like this out, and now we can do it. And I think that we do realistically have a chance to try and compete for a podium this weekend. It's a very South American team, right? I mean, it is a South American team. But I love that it's so South American as well, because I don't think there'll be lots of other managers that will be running a team exactly like this, right? So it gives us a bit of a differential. What do you guys reckon? Do you think that this team can do well? Can it hit a podium for us this weekend? What do you guys reckon? Free tip scout. If you had a DMP player who's going to play, would you break up your Champion America to target 390 in Cap 240? No, I wouldn't. No. If we bring this up as well, maybe you guys don't really know from just looking at these players, like, how strong this is. So what we'll do, we'll put this in the lineup builder, and I'll show you. I actually don't know like what the rating is for it because I haven't done it. So I'm actually interested myself, but I would expect this team to be considered to be quite strong. So look at this here. Dominguez has a AA rating. He's at home. He has an 80% chance for that team to win, for the home team, the team he's playing for, to win. 52% chance for a clean sheet as well. It's almost like the perfect opening fixture for Quito. So he has a really strong matchup indicator, and we know that he can hit monstrously high in his ceiling as well. So he goes in, and then we pair him up with Quintero, who at the moment only has a B rating. But I would actually be surprised if that was not an A rating come the start of the game week. I really would, because I think that this is a little bit too low. I think the matchup is very good. Doesn't really have much form per se if they're going to go off recent, but because it's the start of the new season, but great chance for a clean sheet as well. So Quintero, and then POV. We've got Pinares in there with a really good rating. And then Garces we were thinking about. And then Hoyos in here. It's only got 63. God, I thought that'd be a lot higher. But the reason it's not that high is because we have these ratings here of C and B, which are not that great. Ideally, obviously, when you have a really high score, it's largely because you've got players that have A and AA and AAA ratings. So the fact we've got a C rating in here, we've got a B and a B, it's holding the actual overall score back. But I actually think regardless of what Sorare data is telling me, I actually think that this is a team that is going to punch well above that score. I have Harvey Elliott limited card. Is he worth keeping or do I sell now? What do you want to do with the card? Like, when you bought Harvey Elliott, what did you want to do with him? Did you want to hold on to him long term and build a team with him? Or like, what was the plan with Harvey Elliott? What was the original plan? I mean, if this team doesn't hit a podium, then of course I'm not going to be disappointed. But I would probably be disappointed if this team was not challenging for a card reward of some sort. I think we've got a really good game week and players that can all hit high. So we need to finish in the top 175. I think this is the type of team that can do it. Personally, for me, I would hold on to him. I would hold on to him. But that's just me. You know, that you might have different priorities, right? You might need the money more. You might feel like with the money, you could get players that would be more relevant, that would score better for you now. Harvey Elliott's much more of a play that you sit on, you be patient on. So I could do that with my gallery because I don't need players to play now. I've got quite an established gallery, so I can afford to sit on a Harvey Elliott. But you might actually need somebody that is going to be playing more regularly, more consistently, and Harvey Elliott isn't that. So, yeah. My All-Star is rated 76. Should I break it up to use them in Cap 240 with a DNP player? No. I don't think you should. No. Brian Heraz is good, though. Yeah, I like Brian Heraz. He's a decent player. Okay. This was a team that I put together last night for Cap 240 this weekend. So this is my thinking right now as to a team that can help us to hit threshold. I'm not sure about Andrew Farrell. I put him in because he has a good game at home against Toronto. I don't know whether he's going to play or start this weekend because I'm expecting him to start in the midweek. When's their game? Is it tonight? I think if he starts tonight, then I don't necessarily think that he... yeah, it's tonight, isn't it? I think if he starts tonight, then I wouldn't feel as confident that he's going to start on the weekend. Because him and John Mensah, they tend to rotate at the moment. Mensah had a shocker in that game. So Mensah didn't really do that great. I mean, the whole back line didn't really do that good. But I think they can do better. And I think they are better at the moment when they have Andrew Farrell in at the back. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. So if Farrell is not going to play, then that's probably the only question mark I've got. We have 45 at the moment. We have a load of options as well. Like, I was thinking maybe about Damir Grilak, but because he's got such a low L15, he's probably perfect, more perfect for Cap 220. And the same for Molon. Like, Meli Mullenstein we could play, but I really don't want to play Mullenstein against 20. Pedro Santos done very well. It's an away game, though, that puts me off. So you can kind of see, look, we've got 45. Tapia, I want to be playing with Zampedri. Hoyos, we want to be playing in Champ America. It pretty much just then leaves, like, look, Heisa, well, Santelli, Heisa, who's lost his place at the moment, Airseg, who's got a really kind of horrible game against Hajduk, then Farrell. So at the moment we're doing Farrell. Look at how high Jakub Slovic is. Jakub Slovic is an L15 of 57. It's an L15 of 57. Ordinarily, I wouldn't want to play that type of player in Cap 240, but I think he's our best shot at getting a really good score this weekend, outside of Dominguez, because I think Dominguez will do well. I don't think Eli Room will do that good. I don't think Kofi will do that good either. So we're almost just trying to target a goalkeeper that has a good chance for a clean sheet. And I think that they should be able to win against this team that are really bad. He's got a good record right now as well. I'm actually happy to hear that he's not starting. He should not be starting in the cup. I'd be worried if Slovic was starting in the cup, because they really need to save him for the league. Yeah, avoiding relegation is their main priority. I don't think they really care if they go out the cup. They want to stay in the top flight. I think this team's good, no? I mean, I don't think it's like the best ever threshold team, but I do think it's a team that should, in theory, be able to hit 270. As I said, I think the question mark is just over Andrew Farrell. And if he is not projected to start, like if he gets rotated for the weekend game, then we would have to replace him. And I don't really feel like we've got good... Well, what would we do? I still don't really know. I'm almost just trying to avoid that problem. But let's say that Farrell was not going to play. I probably need to face, what is the possibility? Like, what's the alternative here? Victor Edvardsen needs to stay because he has an L15 of 41 and he has a good fixture at home. So what is my alternative if we don't play Farrell? I'm not going to play Santelli. Not going to play Heisa because he's not starting anymore. We could play Airseg, but we don't want to play two forwards, especially Airseg against this opponent. Guess who got 417 points in Cap 240 Limited last week and went for the 2? Oh my God, no way. That's brutal. But you must have got a good card reward, though, from the 417. I mean, there's a temptation for me here that if we didn't play Andrew Farrell, then I could switch Molon out of Cap 220 and put Molon in there, who's got like a really beastly amount of extra points that would be really useful for threshold. I think if we'd done that, it would then give us a bit of a problem for Cap 220, because at the moment, my Cap 220 rare team, I don't think has a lot of extra points left over. Well, it does. It's got 14. You got Stejko pretty... Yes, Stejko is good, is decent. He's also got an okay fixture this weekend. We were talking about him on the Cap cheat codes. It's probably worth me exploring this here, because at the moment, I don't really know if I'm going to do Farrell, and I don't even know if it's a good idea. I don't really like to play Airseg here, but We also don't really have many other better options. I think it's too soon for us to commit on Frank Bolly. He started his first game. It doesn't mean I think he's going to start his second. Like, once Moose is available to us, we can even start playing Moose in 220, and that would just be such overkill. But he's not going to be ready yet. Yeah, Gulherm is very underpriced. He is, yeah. A lot of the Konyaspor players are really underpriced because it's like, it's almost like the market has like labeled them almost like a pariah team because they are in a relegation battle. But I said it before and I'll say it again, they're not going to get relegated. So what you find in Sorare is that if there are teams which are down towards the bottom, a lot of managers, not most, but a lot of managers will then start to shift out of players from that team just because they'll get scared, right? They'll get scared thinking, if they get relegated, I'm going to be stuck with players that I can't use, right? Which I always find to be a real kind of nonsense mentality to have, because often good players that play for teams that get relegated don't end up going down with that relegated team. So if anything, it's just a great opportunity to pick up those types of players like a Wilhelm. You're right. You're right to pick up on it. This is from Alkmaar. You're really right to point it out. I looked at him the other week and I thought, why is he in limited like £2 or £3? I don't know how much he is now, but when I looked at him, he was like £3. He's now £6. Okay. What happened there then? Okay, because he shot up because he hit like a mad score. But when I was looking at him here, look, this was a week ago. And then a few days ago, he was like £3.42. So when he was around this price, I was like, it's silly. It's stupid. Because this is a player that everybody knows pretty much, if they've been playing Sorare for a while now, everybody pretty much knows that this guy is a cheat code, full stop, because he can hit you these scores regularly. He has an insane AA, and he's hitting scores of 100, and he was like £3. And the market looks like it's corrected itself a little bit, so that rightfully so, he's more expensive now. But imagine when I was looking at him a few days ago, I couldn't make any sense of it. I was like, he shouldn't be this low, you know, because you want your best scorers in the game to be expensive. And he's one of the best scorers in the game. He's the 60th best defender. And look at that level of consistency. So it was winding me up. And this is almost why I don't like limited, because this type of player here was just, in my opinion, too low. What's my thoughts on Brian Heroes with J-League players for Contender? It's pretty good, actually. Yeah, pretty good. Like, not a bad option to look at. I need to try and figure this out. Okay. Melly Mullenstein technically is a... I didn't even realize the time either. I didn't realize it's 5:20. Completely lost track of time. So we'll end the stream in a minute. Let's just try and finish off this this Cap 220 team, which I'm still trying to figure out. Because kind of like technically we could play Andy Farrell in here if we switched Molon into Cap 240. Which, you know, to be honest with you, I think I want to do this more. Let's do that. In fact, I might actually put the captaincy on Molon here. Yeah, I completely lost track of time. Well, we've got the coupons. That's the thing. They're all available. Like, they're all available, but they haven't been redeemed. So don't redeem them now, because I'm not going to do them now that we're about to finish. But they've all been open since 3. Yeah. So just don't redeem it. I'm actually going to close them down just in case anyone does want to do it. But yeah, like, this is why we did open them up, but they didn't get used. Well, it's not true. Connor used them. If you couldn't redeem the show me the money, it's because there's a cooldown on that. There's a 1-week cooldown. So even though it was available, it's probably going to be available, I don't know, maybe tomorrow. I can't remember the last time we redeemed it, but there's like a week cooldown on it. So I don't end up being bankrupt from paying like £10 cards every day. So yeah, I'll open them up again tomorrow, kind of from 3 p.m. onwards. And then if you can redeem it, then great. We'll do it for you then. Hello to Calfoot. How you doing, man? Calfoot, we're going to end the stream soon, just to let you know, because we usually run till 5, and I've kind of almost lost track of time. We're just going to be doing, putting together a team here in Cap 220. Yeah, I mean, Bokat's game is not that good, but Bokat is the type of defender that we need to be thinking about for Cap 220. So if we put Bokat in, oh my God, look what happened on the screen there. It's so frustrating. This still happens to me, doesn't it? Look at this here, look, guys, look at the screen. We take all these players out, and then look what Sorare does. Is it going to do it? It's going to repopulate them. Why is it not doing it now? I'm going to have to come out and refresh the page, though. I don't trust it. There you go. Look, it just done it. There you go. It's a really annoying bug that always seems to be affecting me. Every time we're lineup building, we always come across that. All right, let's go back into it, though. Hopefully, if we go back into it, it'll be better. Okay. So, yeah, I am thinking about this guy. I'm also thinking about Bokat. And then I was thinking about Demir Grylak, just because he's really low in his L15. He's got a home game against Charlotte, and he has the potential to hit like a big score. Yeah, look, I think I am going to do it. So then we have Demir Grylak there. And then as the forward, well, as the forward... See, look, I don't really want to play anti-Esseg, but I don't feel like we've got a choice here. And then we have 48, which allows us, if we want to play not Collins Arcus, because we need him in another one. We could play Gartman in here. We probably should play Gartman in here. Well, we'd probably play Andrew Farrell if Farrell was going to... Yeah, I think I'm happy with that we put Farrell in a 220. And that if Farrell starts, then we can play him, and he should do well in this fixture. If it doesn't look like he's going to start, we can take him out and we can replace him with Gartman, who cost 47, and we would have 48 to spend. And then maybe as the captain, we try and be a bit brave, and we maybe captain Grylak at home, hoping that Grylak could hit like a monster score. If not, then probably Bokat. No, I don't. Musa doesn't have his visa yet. No. He doesn't. I'm waiting for him to have his visa. When he does, we're going to unleash the Moose. We're going to unleash him and smash all the competitions in Sorare. Let's do that though for now. All right, cool. That was quite a big stream. We covered a lot there. If you missed the announcement from the start of the stream, we're not, first of all, we don't do evening streams on Wednesday anyway. So there's no evening stream that was planned for tonight. But I'm making a little bit of a change to the format of when we stream and what we stream. And also just the content that I do, right? So I mentioned at the start, but of course, if you wasn't on the stream at the start, like 5 hours ago, you would have missed it. But we're not going to be doing any more evening streams now. Instead, I'll be using the evenings to record videos that I can put up on YouTube. So basically, the format will be day streams stay the same. So every day, Sunday through to Friday, from 12 p.m. UK time, we'll be here. We'll be doing streams. And then on the days that we have had scheduled to do evening streams, I will instead be not streaming, but recording videos that we can then upload weekly and possibly daily as well to YouTube. So if you don't quite get that feel on being on a stream in the day, then there'll also be some content that you guys can watch and consume on YouTube. So that's the sort of plan that we get that will be in place going forward. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to remind everyone. So on that note, my voice is going. It's definitely time for me to give my voice a bit of a break. This was a very good stream. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys did. Did you guys have enjoy yourself today? Hopefully you picked up some good ideas, if anything, for this weekend in the cap modes with the cap cheat codes. Also, you got to see a bit more of Ultimate Champions as well, which we never really spend much time on, but that's also going to be something that we're going to be covering more on the channel, doing more Ultimate Champions in addition to Sorare and Pooky. So hopefully you guys got something out of it. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone that was on today and supported the stream with your time, your energy, your involvement in the chat, your subs, your follows, everything. It's what keeps this channel going. So big thank you to everyone. You'll be able to find the full stream on my Twitch and YouTube. Straight after it ends, it will be automatically uploaded so you can watch it to your heart's content. And then I'm going to be back again tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time, where we're going to start to properly line up build. We started to do a little bit of it then. We're then going to start to properly line up build for the weekend. And we'll also be doing some free Tit Scout Fund coupons to help you get prepared for the weekend too. So on that note, thank you so much. Enjoy tonight. Enjoy the evening. And good luck with the rest of your teams as well. You'll catch me over on Twitter for a little bit. So yeah, enjoy the evening, guys. And I'll catch you again tomorrow.